I built it.
Happy birthday to all those. All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the super question this morning. The National Lampoon Christmas Vacation film. Clark invents a non-nutritive cereal varnish named what? 215-263 WMMR. Hey there, Amy. How you doing?
Hey, what's up? I just watched it last night.
Oh! Therefore, you know the answer is what?
The Crunch Enhancer.
The Crunch Enhancer. That is correct. Yes. Hang on, Amy. We got you. Gonna set you up with a pair of tickets to see Bush. They're performing with special guest Candlebox Friday, February 17th at the Ovation Hall at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now. And you can text concerts to 39333 for a link back to our concert calendar with more information.
They're showing Christmas Vacation every day.
Yeah.
Like a couple of times a day.
Yep, I've seen it a couple times.
A Christmas Story is on TBS constantly. I'm like, well, isn't it kind of, don't you do your marathon?
Right.
Aren't you kind of deflated?
Christmas Eve?
Yeah.
But they'll still, I'll tune in.
Absolutely.
All right, so speaking of movies, Black Panther was number one, Wakanda Forever, again. It made $11.1 million, followed by Violent Night. Then you have Strange World, The Menu, Devotion, Black Adam. The Fabelmans at number 7, followed by Met, Opera, The Hours, I Heard the Bells, and Spoiler Alert.
Violent Night is making a lot of money because its budget wasn't that big to begin with, so it's doing very well.
Good. Happy about that. It looks like a fun movie. I got to see that. So on Thursday from last week, Trevor Noah said goodbye to The Daily Show during his final episode. He hosted the show for 7 years after taking over for Jon Stewart in 2015. He had said, I am grateful to you, every single one of you. And I remember when we started the show, we couldn't get enough people to fill the audience. And I look now at this, and I don't take it for granted ever. The comedian got especially emotional as he gave a special shout out to Black women and thanked them for shaping who he is today. He said, I've often been credited with having these grand ideas, and I'm like, who do you think teaches me? Who do you think has shaped me, nourished me, and formed me? Well, from my mom, my grandma, my aunts, he said. I'll tell you now, do yourself a favor. If you truly want to know what to do or how to do it, or maybe the best way or the most equitable way, talk to Black women, he said. They are a lot of the reason I am here. I am grateful to them, and I'm grateful to every single one of you. It's been an honor. So he has sailed off into the sunset as far as The Daily Show goes.
Do comedy touring now, right?
Yeah. Yep. Octavia Spencer openly wept as she was honored with her very own star on Hollywood's famous Walk of Fame. The American actress won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress in 2012, became emotionally overwhelmed by the occasion more than once. And at one point, she could be seen dabbing her tears with a tissue while accompanied by her spirited co-star, Will Ferrell.
She's great. She is really... I don't think I've ever seen her turn in a bad performance, even in a movie that may not be all that good.
Yeah.
She's always great.
Yep. Octavia's co-stars from The Help, which she received her Oscar nomination. Viola Davis and Allison Janney were also in attendance. The trio shared a big hug on stage before Octavia gave a speech to thank those who had turned out to see her big moment. At first, she joked about needing a little assistance with reading her speech. She said, I'm at this stage in life, guys. I need my glasses. And she said, Will and Allison, thank you so much, Will. I have loved you my whole life. And Allison, you know our friendship means the world to me.
You know, there's also there Pulsar, the robot from Rocky IV.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Actually, there was a heckler there, and I was reading about it this morning.
Heckler?
Yeah, he was saying, hey, great for, rich people to celebrate each other or something like that. But Will Ferrell had quipped back, and he was great. He's like, this is Octavia's moment. And he goes, so there in Hollywood, he goes, the Wax Museum is right down there, and it's wide open. So head on down that way. And he just shut him down right away. The Help became a breakout moment for Octavia, who has accrued more than 36 film credits in the last decade. She rose to further prominence by starring in Hidden Figures in 2016.
What was that horror movie case? Was it Ma?
Oh,
was that the name of it?
Ma.
Yeah. She plays a really sociopathic woman in that movie, and she chews up the scenery. She's great.
Nice. So this was odd. Philadelphia's own Patti LaBelle was rushed off stage Saturday night in Milwaukee due to a bomb threat. Milwaukee police said that the bomb threat forced the evacuation of the Riverside Theater during the legendary soul singer's concert. There's a video that's posted on social media, and LaBelle can be heard telling security to wait before they quickly walk her up. And I think we have a little clip.
Yes.
From this.
You can hear the confusion.
Was that sent over?
No.
Okay.
No, but I do have this amazing fart sound effect.
Okay, go ahead.
It sounds very tense.
It does.
Yeah.
It sounds like...
And she sounds like she's confused.
Yeah. LaBelle, who was not injured, and neither was anyone else. Well, she wasn't injured, not who was not injured.
Do we have any determination as to whether the bomb threat was against Patti LaBelle or the venue or whatever?
I saw very little on this. They said the theater was searched by K9 units and no explosive devices were found, and the concert was postponed, and I haven't seen any follow-up other than just those minor details.
I'd heard that the bomber got confused and was actually looking to blow up the Pointer Sisters.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, it was enough for them to stop her mid-performance and
Yes.
say, hey, now. Like move this along right now.
We're
And
your new Pips.
She didn't want
It's
to.
not me. Yeah.
Like, she drops her bag, and
Yeah.
they run her off immediately. So,
You have to.
Yeah.
You have a bomb threat in the building. You don't know where it is.
all right, so we have that clip now.
Yeah.
Here we go.
770 to my 8 years. Hold on. Wait!
Well, they get her out of there.
What?
Obviously, the crowd didn't know what the hell was going on.
I think when you have, and she's great in concert. Apparently, she's awesome. But in those cases, you should have a device like in Running Man, where they can step into that little, like a little capsule and go down
and just shoot.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Shoot you off into some other part. Yeah. Well, this is good news. Bam Margera is, he was reportedly hospitalized last week in San Diego due to COVID-19 complications. We hit on this last week, but he's being treated. He was being treated in the ICU for pneumonia, and TMZ has reported the doctors had him on a ventilator. But on Saturday, he shared a photo of himself with a friend on Instagram and wrote, "I'm out. Thank you to my friends, family, and the love and support and prayers." He had captioned the post, and this comes after he made headlines in June and September for trying to escape multiple rehab centers. But he apparently is out of there. He was in stable condition when they had him on the vent, but apparently he's doing well enough to get out of there and go back to wherever he is hanging.
That's good.
these days.
Yeah,
So-
we had Steve Owen a little while ago.
Yeah.
And everyone's pulling for him.
Yep, absolutely. In response to some of the criticism that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have been receiving for the new Netflix docuseries Harry and Meghan, a representative for the couple released a statement to Entertainment Tonight claiming that the Duke and Duchess have never cited privacy as the reason for stepping back from the royal family. The statement continued saying this distorted narrative was intended to trap the couple into silence. In fact, their statement announcing the decision to step back mentions nothing of privacy and reiterates their desire to continue their roles and public duties. Any suggestion otherwise speaks to a key point of this series. I guess people were outspoken that, listen, if you want a private life, why are you doing this type of thing?
They're
But
saying they don't
saying-
want a private
they're
life.
saying it's not a private
They want
life.
to pal around with Oprah and all that stuff.
They wanted to be out of the royal family. Is mainly what they
Did you
wanted
guys
to do.
watch any of it?
I did not. Did you check it out?
No, I watched the preview. It's on my list to watch. So I definitely
It's
want
6
to see it, but
episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kath, I have zero interest in the royal family. In fact, it's almost
That's
like,
always been your stand.
yeah, it almost like borders on like I hate them.
Yeah.
And this I'm actually more interested in than anything else.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was fun to see this morning. Lady Gaga is the latest celebrity to recreate Jenna Ortega's beloved dance scene from the series Wednesday. According to Pop Sugar, Ortega choreographed the moves herself, had COVID-19 when she filmed the scene, but in a video posted to TikTok on Thursday, Gaga, dressed in the style of Wednesday Addams, even putting her hair into braided pigtails, and then performed the dance. One fan commented, "If I was Jenna Ortega, I'd be losing it right now."
Totally losing it.
So-
OMG.
Well, imagine, Lady
Yeah.
Gaga did a parody of your video. You're a young actress. I think that's pretty
What
cool.
you know what's happened is they've actually taken one of Gaga's songs and they have sped it up so it synchronizes
Nice.
with Jenna Ortega's dance. So now, since that's happened, the song is charting again.
Sure.
It's an older song.
Wow.
And now it's like through the roof.
Yep. Josh Lucas, the actor, revealed to Extra in a recent interview that he turned down an offer to have his nose look like Kevin Costner's nose. So earlier this year, he said, I got a wood splitter, and one of the pieces of oak exploded and hit me so badly in the face that it busted my nose, and I had to have complete reconstructive surgery on my nose.
Isn't he on Yellowstone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or is he?
Wait, who?
Josh Lucas?
Hold on.
Yeah, he's
wasn't
on
in the
there.
first
Yes,
season.
he is
Yeah.
on there. So he said I had to have it rebuilt. And so he said I went to the plastic surgeon, and he showed me photographs of myself and photographs of Kevin Costner. He showed me Kevin's nose on my face and said, we can give you Kevin's nose. And the Sweet Home Alabama actor replied, no, I don't want Kevin's nose. I want my nose.
As a TV viewer, I hate when characters in a series both have the same nose. I find it very confusing.
I won't tune in.
Yeah.
Well, so he plays the younger version of Kevin Costner in the show.
Oh, so therefore,
It would work out.
That would
Well, maybe
work.
they could reconstruct his whole face.
I love that guy. He's been in so many great movies.
And then what he started to do is he was the hero and the love interest, and then he poured it over to the prick, and he does a really good job, like in Ford versus Ferrari.
Yes.
He's excellent.
Oh, he's wonderful in that. And he was also, because we were talking about Jennifer Connelly, he's in
Hulk.
No. Or is he in Hulk?
Yeah.
He is,
Okay.
yeah.
But he's also in he's in A Beautiful Mind. He's kind of
Yes, that's
the
right.
he's the adversary against John Nash.
Right,
in that,
right.
Which is pretty cool. This is a weird story. The producer behind one of the Bill and Ted movies is now accused of participating in a heist to steal more than $1 million in cash and property.
Whoa.
Raymond Boudreau from New York City and Jacqueline Jewett of Connecticut were arrested and charged with first-degree grand larceny, 2 counts of second-degree burglary, and fourth-degree conspiracy. Mr. Boudreau is listed as CEO of Living the Dream Films, which produced Bill and Ted Face the Music, the sequel to the time-traveling comedy franchise. The burglary occurred in September at a woman's home in Sag Harbor, actually 2 different homes in Sag Harbor and Manhattan.
Wow.
Miss Jewett and Mr. Boudreau
Paul McCartney has a house out there.
were in an on-again, off-again relationship and reportedly planned to heist one of Miss Jewett's, or planned the heist once Miss Jewett learned the victim's home would be empty. She reportedly received the addresses, travel dates, and other personal information through the victim's boyfriend, who was also Miss Jewett's ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, it's really crazy.
Yep. So the house had been ransacked and multiple safes were compromised.
Whoa.
The electricity was shut off to disable whatever surveillance cameras there might have been. And the would-be heist crew managed to make off with more than $1 million, and then they were caught.
Wow. I'm sorry. How did they get caught?
I don't know.
Okay.
Police managed to locate a truck that was allegedly used in the heist by the duo and found that it was owned by Mr. Boudreau. Based on that evidence, the pair were indicted by a grand jury on December 2nd. So it had to do with circumstantial evidence that they found
He stepped
at the crime
outside.
scene and tied them to this.
There's him on the security cam. He steps outside in air guitars.
Yep. So they knew it was him. Helen Slater Hughes passed away, a veteran actor of both stage and screen. She was best known to modern audiences for her numerous appearances on Parks and Recreation, where she played Ethel Beavers.
Yes.
Pawnee's resident court stenographer and hard-drinking, hard-partying agent of chaos.
Very funny.
According to Yahoo Entertainment, Slayton Hughes was a longtime stage actor with more than 200 roles to her name. Although she began working in film and TV in the 1980s, scoring 1 or 2 episode appearances in shows ranging from Nash Bridges to Power Rangers to Arrested Development. She got her first big exposure in 2011 in Parks and Rec, cast her as Ethel in a small part in a 3rd season episode. A fairly standard riff on the blunt, funny old lady type, the character was quite obviously elevated by Slayton Hughes' performance, impressing all involved enough to bring her back for a much more regular role the next season as the court stenographer.
You know, it's weird because The Office is phenomenal, and it has, obviously a massive fan base. I think Parks and Rec is due for that same sort of acknowledgement because it also has a great team. You know, the cast is amazing and the writing is super sharp, and it's a lot of the same people worked on both.
All told, Slayton Hughes appeared in 11 episodes of the series, including a memorable moment in which she kissed a surprised cameo Bill Murray on the forehead. So sad news that she had passed, but she was 92 years old. Terrence Howard has declared he's retired from acting. Again. The Empire Star says that he's decided to step away from TV and movie industry 2 years ago and that he's now definitely done after concluding work on his latest small screen project, The Best Man, The Final Chapters, insisting there are better actors out there who can take over for him.
Isn't he rocking the world of mathematics?
Yeah, he had said that,
Oh, that's right.
what was it, that 1 actually equals 2? Or something weird like
Yeah,
that.
he's hard at work at that.
It's almost like that scene in Revenge of the Nerds 2 when Ogre realizes where he throws it out there that what if CAT actually spelled dog? So it's along the lines of that.
Actually, he is working with Ogre at his institute. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, because it has something to do with like how can 1 times 1 equal 1, but
Right.
1 plus 1
Is
equals
2.
Right.
It's something like that. That revolutionary that people never considered. So he had said, he told the online, this is the end for me. And he said, I don't know if it's the end for the rest of them. I retired 2 years ago. For the most part, I was done. I asked Sidney Poitier 10 years ago, does he want to do any more work? And he said,
Leave me alone.
Seriously.
How did you get my number?
no, he said, why would I spend my last 10 years doing an impersonation of myself? And that's what I've gotten to. He went on to add, I've gotten to the point where now I've given the very best that I can as an actor. And now I'm enjoying watching other new talent come around, and I don't want to do an impersonation of myself. He said, yes, there are better actors out there that can do things that I was never able to do. So I want to applaud them, and I want to be excited about what they do. The actor made similar comments 2 years ago when his hit series Empire came to an end, but he eventually went back to work at that time.
Remember when Katherine Heigl did this?
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like that. Okay, you then do it. Then shut up. Stop announcing
Right.
it again and go ahead.
Actually quit.
You can actually, it's like when people, I'm leaving this, or and they don't even
Then they
remotely do it.
yeah.
And now Catherine Heigl, she's on a new series now, isn't she?
She's on
Yeah,
the
Sarah
Firefly Lane, which
All right.
I watched. I finished over the
Is
weekend.
she good on it?
She is good on it, and it's a really good show. And they did an awesome job at a cliffhanger this season.
You should probably leave your retirement statement open-ended and go, look, I'm done for now. The bug may get me again later.
I'm taking
on,
a break.
a few years from now, but as of now, I'm pretty much done. But you never know. Down the road, I might change my mind.
Wait, Steve, real quick, back to Katherine Heigl. The only thing that's really difficult to watch is so they flash back to the 80s for like half of the show.
yeah?
And she is so Botoxed and like stretched
doesn't look
skin
right.
that
Yeah.
I'm like, didn't look like that in
No,
the 80s.
no, it was a little bit more natural back then.
Yeah.
She screwed up because after they did the movie Knocked Up, which actually put her
Yeah.
really into a higher level, then she started trash talking the movie.
Right.
And Judd Apatow, Seth Rogen, all those people were behind it. And they were totally supportive, and she was like crapping all over them, and that was that.
Right. We have some audio to play of Kate Winslet telling a story of when she was a younger actress and how she almost had an accident, like the worst kind of accidents on stage. Here we go.
So I lie there and I have to lie on this bed and I would lie like this, really kind of uncomfortably and awkwardly. And I'm lying there and suddenly, oh no. It's happening, it's happening, it's happening.
By the way, she was almost naked for this scene.
Yes.
And it's a bed scene and she's lying in it and she almost craps her pants. Or no, she wasn't wearing pants.
Yeah.
I'm gonna myself. I'm lying on a white sheet, naked on the stage. Okay? So I think I'm convinced I've totally myself on. And so I think, well, what am I going to do? Because in a minute I have to stand up, and I'm like, I've done a poo.
And then
done a poo.
This is how she's handled it.
So I try and scrunkle up this sheet as best I can. I do this some kind of sort of ninja flip move. I twist myself and I bind this sheet all around myself, and I'm still thinking, happening, coming, and I'm absolutely just convinced that if I move my body, there's going to be poo on. Honestly, I practically slither off this stage. And I hide in a corner thinking, I've got to check this sheet. Ladies and gentlemen, I had not actually done a poo, but the second I got into my dressing room and I ran into that bathroom, gunfire.
So this is the Graham Norton show, which I love. They do, they'll do this full panel thing, Preston, where there's like 5 or 6 celebrities out there, and they just have conversations. And because there's a whole bunch of people there, they're a lot more comfortable to talk about crapping themselves.
I love how she says poo.
Poo.
I hadn't done a poo.
We need to isolate that with, what was the other one?
He farted in my face.
Farted in my face.
We could do a whole segment, British toilet humor.
He farted in my face.
Let's see. What else do I want? We're kind of running out of time. I'm okay. I'm going to throw this out there because I was very excited to see this, if this indeed is the case. Mike Flanagan is getting his wish. The series adaptation mastermind behind The Haunting of Hill House, The Midnight Club, and others said last month his dream project would be to adapt Stephen King's The Dark Tower series. And now, apparently, he's doing that. In an interview with Deadline, Flanagan and his producing partner, Trevor Macy, broke the news that they have the rights to the series and are developing it themselves outside of their current deal with Amazon. Flanagan said that if you know anything about me, you know it's been my holy grail of a project for most of my life. And it's not Flanagan's first Stephen King redo. He directed 2 feature film King adaptations. He directed Dr. Sleep,
which is good,
which is a great movie, and Gerald's Game. So I was happy to see that. His connection to King means that Flanagan has talked to the writer about the adaptation. As he told Deadline, this happened because I sent him a very, very detailed outline of what I wanted to do with it, and it was in the response that he gave us the right. So
he's excellent, by the way.
He envisions the adaptation, and this is the only way you can do it. He says it would be at least 5 seasons long.
Whoa.
And would be followed by 2 movies. It's, how many books is it? I think it's 8 books.
Oh, okay.
And they get bigger as they go along. The first book's like, 350 pages. By the time you get to the last one, it's like 900 pages. So
that's what makes the whole idea of the theatrical movie that they did, which I think is pretty decent.
It's okay, yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But I have not read any of this material, but keying off what you've been telling me over the years, how elaborate the story is,
That's it.
And not only that, it was a pretty short movie. It's not like it ran that long.
Yeah, it's a huge, long story. And if they do the multi-season treatment, they could get it right. And I'm really excited about it.
You need to watch Storm of the Century.
I already did.
You did?
I watched it 2
What'd you
weeks
think?
ago. Yes, I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk about
Yes.
that. So one other quick thing. And yesterday or Saturday, Joker director Todd Phillips shared a first look of Joaquin Phoenix in Joker Folie à Deux to Instagram. It just shows him lying back, getting his face shaved at Arkham Asylum. But it says, day one, our boy, #Joker. So they're getting started on that.
So he's going to be in the movie, and Harley Quinn is going to be Lady Gaga, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So the question is, and I don't know how this, and I don't think it can happen. The Batman of the Batman, Rob Pattinson, and the Joker, I don't see, even though they're similar tones.
They're different, though, because
They're different.
If you remember at the end of The Batman,
Oh, yeah.
they had a Joker, and
Yes,
that was
that's
not
not
Joaquin.
Joaquin,
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see what they do with the Batman
Maybe that's Joker
storyline.
Jr., his son.
And if they can thread that through or not. All right, we're ready for clips. A romance develops in a beautiful old cinema on the south coast of England in the 1980s in Empire of Light. And in this clip, star Olivia Colman talks about her experience with cinematographer Roger Deakins. Here we go.
Although also I trust him to not make me look amazing when I'm meant to look horrendous, because he never fails to be anything other than totally honest, and he's there for the story, for what it's meant to look
He
like.
farted in my face.
Empire of Light is out in theaters now. All right, here we go. Next clip. In Idina Menzel, Which Way to the Stage, we follow Idina Menzel's path to realizing a lifelong dream, headlining a concert at Madison Square Garden in her hometown of New York City. Here, Idina explains why she chose to make this film.
For better or for worse, gift or curse, I feel like I'm my best when I'm the most vulnerable, and I feel like as a performer, in order to really connect with your audience, the best is when you're raw and you're willing to leave something out there.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Idina Menzel, Which Way to the Stage is out now on Disney Plus if you would like to see that.
We like her. We talked to her and her sister.
Yeah, they were great.
Yeah.
That's the entertainment
Yeah.
report. Nice chunky entertainment report for this Monday morning. We start the week anew, dear friends, and what I would like to do is get things off in an excited fashion.
I'm excited.
And give away some Christmas miracles.
It's a Christmas miracle! Yeah!
All right, this event is a week from this Wednesday. So next Wednesday, the 21st, we're going to be at Parks Casino. And if you are a lifelong fan of the Preston and Steve Show, you know a thing or two about this program, let's invite you to this. We'll take callers 14 and 15, 215-263-WMMR. Here's requirements. Got to be at least 21. You have to be there next Wednesday. You got to be there early, around 6 a.m. To get you checked in. And that's it. You can bring a friend with you, yet only your name will go in for the drawing to get up and be a part of our contest at the podium for the big prizes, but we have other chances to win some goodies for everybody who's in attendance. In fact, it's the Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Edition, so make sure that you wear your ugly sweaters because you might win a prize that way, too. So let's get those callers. And by the way, you can text Miracle to 39333 for some details and enter online as well. There's pre-parties coming up, too.
Yes.
So make sure that you are a part of that. Let's take a break. Come back in just a moment. We'll return on this Monday in just a little bit, so hang in there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
Choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
No. Oh, okay, no. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance, but some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant,
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yes. I mean, that's a little
Does
sheer.
it matter that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family, do you think? Because, when she did Suits and she did some modeling
There's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah.
And Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole...
To meeting Prince Harry?
Yes, and it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, here's what we're dealing with.
She's a beautiful woman.
If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa.
By the
That's the royal family version of fap.
Why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, yo, dude, I can see your panties?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties.
By the way, Shake Shack,
Yep.
love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so...
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race. Oh, my God. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I
can make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick.
Oh.
Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy,
I
it was either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the...
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no, because
I mean, I'm also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
Oh, not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted, you know?
Hey,
Kath!
More FM's right over there.
Right. Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. He crapped there.
Oh, my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
Ow.
But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes.
Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
No. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear.
All right, I'll just whisper it.
They're not listening.
So,
Yeah.
So I had to
smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So what
You
ended
take
up.
your dog for a walk.
So.
I left it there.
All right, so a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had
that was just like a bingo.
So I had to luckily I had nobody can hear this, right?
Right, no, we're good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion in makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh no, it gets better. Okay, so then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right, so I can't. Like if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're gonna go, well, who pooped here?
And look at security.
And they're gonna look at security and they're gonna see me like all ashamed, crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God.
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home,
And this was all because of what?
freaking Shake
Guys.
Shack.
Oh, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you talk
They're
bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it? Did this-
On the over
By
at
the loading
docks.
docks. Well, you unloaded.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
had to
sorry.
go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get
I
in.
couldn't make it. I couldn't make it.
Yeah.
I do. Believe me. I'm not.
don't.
This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Yeah.
Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back. And, that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both and they were like, okay,
Yeah,
well, he came back and cleaned.
You know, we'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
on the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all. That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's
notice.
That's it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
Like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
So nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. People magazine is named its 2018 sexiest man alive.
Yeah.
And it is Idris Elba.
Kathy?
The British actor says the honor has given him a boost of self-confidence.
What do you think? Are you an Idris Elba fan?
Pull up a picture.
Okay. You don't remember?
You don't know what he looks like?
No, I do, but like, let me just look at.
Let her drink him in.
I don't like. Is that the picture they use?
Let her take a sip of that chocolate
Yeah,
milk.
that's from people.com.
I don't love the picture that they use. I wish they used a different picture, but yeah, no, he's good looking for sure.
He was surprised after being crowned this year's winner. I was like, come on, no way, really? He told the magazine.
You guys.
He said, look. Here, there's the cover picture.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's like Lovey.
Well, like Lovey from Gilligan's Island?
No, like not where you would look at some of them and be like, oh my God, he's so hot. Like this guy's like, he probably would give you a good hug.
Part of it is his voice and his demeanor. He is planning a wedding with his fiancee Sabrina Dahor. No.
Yeah, well, I don't
Sabrina Dahor?
Dower.
Dahore?
Dahore.
Oh, you mean Dahor?
Dahor. It's all the same letters.
Who are you marrying? Sabrina. Oh, Dahor?
Dhowre.
No,
And at
not,
first,
no, not Dahor.
if you move the W to the beginning or in between the D and H, it looks like Dahor.
No, it's Dahor.
Dahor. Dahore.
No.
Anyhow, the actor has
I'm not marrying a whore.
16-year-old daughter named Isan and a 4-year-old son named Winston. What a great name.
Yeah, I almost
like
named my
that.
dog Winston.
From previous
him know.
relationships. Elba told people about his upbringing.
Yes, Idris. My name is Casey. I produce a show in the States. I almost named my dog Winston.
When you said let him know, I thought you were talking about let my dog know.
I did too. Come here, buddy.
Come here.
You're almost
Listen,
Winston.
Reggie, I almost named
Dog. I don't understand what you're saying.
We began Wigapalooza.
I'm very excited.
If you just tuned in, we talked about this a while back. What would Steve look like with a head of realistic human hair and not goofy looking wigs? Actual hair. We want to see what Steve would look like with a realistic looking hairstyle.
These wigs are usually fitted to people's heads, so Steve's got a bigger head. I actually thought his head was a little bit smaller than that.
Should we bring him in?
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
let's have Steve come in and see what the actual.
Wow!
Dude,
Oh my God!
You haven't seen
You
it?
haven't? Kathy's got to have a mirror.
Get the big mirror from the office.
Steve, you look better bald, man.
Casey,
you know what
Casey, that does look good. You fixed the sides.
Yeah.
Do you know whose hair I immediately think of for some reason? Because he looks like Danny Briere's hair for some
Yes.
reason.
Wow, you're right.
Am I not wrong about that?
That's
Danny
absolutely
Briere,
right. Dude,
formerly of the Flyers.
No,
What? Who are you thinking of? Here, move your microphone over, Steve. So I can.
from bachelor party and
Adrian
Med.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, how
It's
come
the
no
profile
sideburn?
that I
I
love.
guess you have to. Well, I look like a '60s pop star. Hey, everybody!
Yeah. All right. Anyhow.
This is one that's for the ladies.
Yeah.
It's what you call a panty dropper in the biz.
Yeah, Steve. We need a voice with that.
That's right,
wig.
yeah.
What is that? The voice?
I need
you
it.
think,
Yeah,
or-
I think that's kind of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
or kind of the
obviously-
voice.
The back looks good too, like
Does
the
the back look
neckline.
good?
Yeah, the neckline.
Yeah. The back looks real.
Am I making you wet, baby?
Looks totally real. Somebody says you look like Paul McCartney. Yeah.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody says Phil Mickelson or Ralph Macchio.
Well, a little Ralph Macchio.
A little bit.
The Karate Kid on Hard Times.
And by the way, you'll need.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, how are you?
You'll need
What
to.
the hell happened?
There you go. Yes, Steve's doing the dance moves. And we'll put.
I could walk you home. Makes me feel fine.
Oh, Steve. The hair. Oh my God.
Summer breeze
Nice.
makes me feel fine.
Oh, you've got to watch the webcam. Steve is singing directly to you.
I thought that was beautiful, actually. I have to go pleasure myself.
Hi,
I'm
Bri-
so turned on.
All right, well, let's bring him in and see what we have next. Let's have Steve. He's been out of the studio when he gets. Okay. The color is better on this.
Yes.
I think
actually like.
I like the dark.
Hey, I'll help.
You look like a stock boy a little
Right,
bit.
yeah. I'll get that for you, Mr. Jones. What do you want me to do with the canoe?
Just put it in the back. Put it in the back.
I'll move that around for you, Mr. Jones. Hey, can I take lunch now?
Every wig has to have a voice.
Right, yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Wow.
My name's Toby. This is a Toby, right?
Yeah, that's a Toby.
Yeah.
Toby.
Is that
Hi,
what
my
it's
name's
called?
Toby.
Is that what it's called? Seriously?
No. It's the Toby.
Oh, no?
Yeah. It intermatches with the Kunta Kinte.
Well, what was the last one? What should that have been? That was the
That was
Danny?
the Danny or
Yeah.
the Ricky.
The Ricky.
I like the Ricky.
That was Ricky. With a song for you.
No, it's
It's Toby.
Toby. Hey,
Yeah.
Toby.
Hey, you need any yard work? You need to have it done? I'll do it. I'm 17.
Should we do a new wig next?
Yes, dude.
Yeah,
It's
we
the
only have
doctor
an
wig.
We only have two more left. Let's bring him in. Let's see Steve's third wig of the morning. Wow, man.
It is the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve, and that's
little
real
bit of
hair.
gray.
What's that?
A little bit of gray.
Just a little salt and pepper in there.
Yeah.
That looks good.
I think he looks like either
I think I'm
Rich-
ready for the boardroom and the bedroom.
I think Richard Gere, maybe.
She said she gave me three options: Richard Gere, Regis Philbin, and Eddie Munster.
What?
With the three hair.
Well, the one style we had going at first, he looked a little like Eddie Munster.
It's all sewn
Do I
in.
look like in the Cialis commercial? I say the man with the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do look like the
Yeah.
man with the plan.
Yeah, putting some more wind in my sails with Cialis.
Oh, is this the voice?
Yeah.
What-
Hey,
what's-
kids, we're gonna go mountain climbing and rappelling.
What's a
and
good-
I can get aroused too.
What's a good name for this hair?
gotta be- it's
first
gotta be
thing
a
that comes to your
doctor.
mind.
Chet.
Chet.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. 3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Steve sent me this article last week. Very interesting. I never really considered this particular vocation and what all is involved in it. And there was supposed to be a I think there was supposed to be a vote or something last week. I didn't do the follow up on this yet.
Yeah,
but-
there was a vote on seeing if they could. Well, you talk about it. Will.
Yeah, operators, crane operators. All right, so the guys that and women that climb up into that little box, way the hell up in the air,
20 stories up.
Yep. So they have an interesting work day. So a crane operator was asking at city council and asking the members to imagine themselves, and in quote said, stuck in this little 4x6 area for 8 hours in which you have to urinate, defecate in bottles and buckets, eat in that space, and then carry your excrement to the ground with you.
Oh, dear.
No.
Yes.
Did you realize, any of you, that was an aspect of the...
No.
I for sure thought, oh, well, they'd simply leave the that container, that cockpit, if you will, and do their business. Apparently not.
So there's a reason behind that, too, which is kind of interesting, and I'll go through this story and explain it. So
It's probably because it's funny to watch them carry their poop down.
Maybe it is. No, but Dan Mitchell, a member of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 542, explained that that unpleasant scenario is one that tower crane operators live through during each shift at construction sites across Philadelphia. Council is considering legislation, and this is the interesting part, that would require supervisors to give tower crane operators breaks of at least 30 minutes every 4 hours. Supervisors also would have to allow operators to leave the crane for restroom breaks at any time. Currently, breaks are allowed, but they are not required, and most operators stay in their crane for the majority of their shifts.
So that's by their choice?
No. So, well, I'm not sure. So during breaks, supervisors would be allowed to assign another operator to continue working the crane, according to the bill, which council members moved out of committee last week to be considered by the full council. How the requirements would be enforced is an open question, and the building industry raised concerns that requiring operators to climb up and down hundreds of steps multiple times per shift presents its own safety hazard. So
It's
if they
the risk.
require, if they make you do it,
You could be
take
putting
this
them at
break.
risk.
You have to climb up
Yeah.
and down essentially a ladder.
Right.
That's how they get up
That's how
there.
they get. It
Yeah.
doesn't get brought down. Yeah, I guess it doesn't get.
That's
brought
the only way to
down.
do it.
You have to climb up there. So they're saying if you're requiring them to climb up and down a few times a shift, that is added danger to it. So it's like,
I think I have a solution.
What?
So what you do is you climb down just a couple of steps, and below that you have like a big child's wading pool.
Oh, and you aim for that.
and you can crap down and
That
piss
makes
into
it
that.
fun.
aim for that.
Right?
Yeah, it's
like a game.
It's like a
Yeah.
game. It's
I agree.
it's like a game.
In fact, they could
Wow.
put point systems like a
Right.
target and circles, and if
Right.
you make
It's
it
like
in there,
duck hunt.
you get you get like a Wawa gift card or
Yeah.
something like that for the best score.
I've got good news. You got the gift card.
That'd be great.
All right, let's come back to reality.
You don't see any merit to that?
I mean, listen, them urinating up there in a bottle or like whatever, I could see that. But
Yeah.
honestly, if they really had to go to the bathroom, that's awful. They then have to sit up there with it.
Kathy, that's
That's
my exact. I
terrible.
don't care. And listen, we've all had less than pleasant experiences in the bathroom. Could you imagine that that's now your buddy for the next
For the
5 or
day,
6 hours?
Right? Like, what if you have to go in the morning
Yeah.
and then you're up there all oh my God, these poor guys.
By the way, somebody texted in and says, crane up here, it can take 30 to 40 minutes to climb up or down.
Okay, so
That
that's
long?
So what?
Dude, that's somebody taking a huge dump off the side of the crane.
You won.
Yeah.
My question is this: and if a crane operator or somebody who's familiar with this, can they place something? I mean, I don't know. I'm not a crane
little,
guy.
like-
Place what?
Something up at a certain level.
they can like leave and go to the bathroom
Or like
and hop back
a
over.
well-secured porta pot. I don't know.
Oh, it's only 50 feet below you or something like that?
Something
They don't
like
raise
that?
it up as
Yeah.
high?
So after spending a week in a car with Jackie Bam Bam, I found out that he's very, very much lives his life and worries about bowel movements.
Right.
Okay. So he won't like eat at certain times because he doesn't like he wouldn't eat when we were driving because he was so worried that he was gonna have to go to the bathroom. I was like, dude, if you have to go to the bathroom, we will pull over.
Right.
And
We're
will
not
find,
animals.
Yeah, we will find a toilet for you
Yeah.
to go stinkies in.
Right.
But he was talking about it. He's like, next time you talk to like whatever musical artist
ask them.
Oh my God.
What did they do?
When do you do you eat, like, do you not eat before show so that, like, you don't have to go poop when you're, like, on the show, on the stage
So
performing?
he's really wrapped up in this.
He really is. He really, but and then I never thought of it, though. I'm like, yeah, like these artists, whether you're a stand-up comedian or a musician,
you got a couple hours that you have to
make sure that you don't have to do that while you're up on stage performing.
You know, when all that construction was taking place in Conshohocken, there was a huge crane that was there, and it actually got named. It had social media. There was,
really?
Yeah, there were T-shirts made for the Conchi crane.
Okay.
So would you see the dude up there operating it?
I mean, yeah, you'd see it moving. You'd see them working. I don't know exactly who it was and if he ran all the social media for the crane page. But
here's my question: you're up on display. You know, you're visible. We were looking at a video of one of the guys in the thing. It's there. It's clear below. It's clear all around. How comfortable would you be taking a dump?
I know.
Up on a perch, on the skyline.
I mean, I guess nobody would see you, but so
What telescope, binoculars? Why not?
Preston, look at the screen. This was the
Conchi crane. Okay.
the T-shirt page.
All right. And when was this?
When they did all that construction, like where they built the new
current
hotel,
new building, yeah.
Weston, Maine, and Hook and Ladder.
A couple of years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. And are these still popular, or
I think they might still be available.
Makes
I don't
a great
know.
Christmas present.
All right. I don't know who this is from, but it says, dude, it's not uncommon for us to crap in a hole in the woods. We carry toilet paper with us. I don't know. What are you doing?
Is that from Bill? We grab a hole in the woods?
Santa's got to go.
He's got to go real bad.
I got to take a big one.
I don't know what you do for a living. It would be nice to know what you're referring to. So
what if the crane isn't in the woods, Preston?
Yeah.
Dude, how much do crane operators make?
I hope they make a lot.
Well, people are texting in saying they make $100+ an hour. Now I don't know if that's true, and some people are saying, "Hey, go ahead and crap in your own spot right there. You're making $100 an hour or whatever."
Well, so here's the thing: we don't quite know how this breaks. Would the majority of crane operators prefer to just stay in the container? I mean, well, how does OSHA reconcile all this?
So that's the question. Vaughn Buckley, Chief Executive Officer of the Volumetric Building Companies, said the association is in full support of anything that enhances worker safety, but objects to the bill's language requiring, instead of allowing breaks. At a minimum, the legislation, he says, would require them to ascend and descend 6 times on a 10-hour shift. He said this is a combined ascent and descent of 1,800 feet and nearly 3,000 rungs on a ladder.
Well, that I can see why that's problematic. I'm just amazed that they can't. I don't think my concept is too bizarre that you, with another crane or something, affix a platform or something that would allow them to, outside of that cockpit, go poop. You know?
I don't know. You would think they would have done it by now.
You're right.
If that capability was there,
Or
right?
at least my concept of the children's wading pool.
We talk about poop, but it's also pee, and you do that way
You're right.
more. You're peeing way more than you're pooping.
I think so, but peeing into like a Gatorade container that you could,
I know, but like, could you imagine if that if you were required to pee in a Gatorade bottle?
Yeah,
like on the daily.
Well,
I mean, that's not as bad as having to
take a full
full on. Seriously.
A rager where you're flipping out and hitting all the levers and everything.
You take down the top third of a building.
Yes.
Because you were flailing around. This wrecking ball just comes flying around the corner.
And listen, what about the women? Like, even just to urinate in like a small little, it's not as
It's
easy.
harder.
It is.
Yeah, it's got to be much harder for you guys.
I had to give a urine sample, and I peed all over my hand. I was like, well, I can't do this.
Can't control it.
No.
Yeah, that's extra. And there are female crane operators.
Yeah.
Right.
So it says requiring operators to ascend and descend more often exposes them to physical stressors that could violate national safety protocols.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, could endanger workers forced to leave their cranes. in inclement weather as well. The requirement exposes the operators and the owners to a terrible choice. They said they can either follow the law or they can enhance operator safety. In some cases, it will not be possible to do both. So they've got to figure out some middle ground.
Well, you remember the footage of the crane operator who saw the tornado headed his way and actually recorded a message to his wife and kids.
Oh, my God.
Just in case.
Yep.
I'm going to go to Mike here. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi,
Mike.
So, Mike, what kind of work do you do?
So I do construction. I do a lot of residential work in and around the city of Philadelphia.
All right. So you're not a crane operator, but can you share some of this similar issues?
So big issue with construction in the city is porta potties are no. So you got to find somewhere to go, and you got to go. You can't just walk into any store. So I'd come prepared with a little 5-gallon bucket. You can go to Walmart, get a little toilet seat lid attachment for it with a little toilet paper roll attachment.
That's adorable.
You can get a toilet seat attachment for a bucket.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
It's like $15 at Walmart.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we did in the Grand Canyon. We basically crapped in a box with a toilet seat on it.
You ever seen the ones you can actually attach to a trailer hitch?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't even.
You're given that, or you can use a porta potty that someone might have put needles in the toilet paper roll or
what? So when you say, so let me ask you, when you say, Mike, 1 second, when you say porta potties are a no, is that what you're making reference to? Is that they're unsafe?
They're when you're in Kensington, I wouldn't go. You can't even get within 20 feet of a porta potty.
All
you
right.
might lose your nose.
All right. Okay, man. I'd see. I don't know. Would I opt to do the bucket and the seat?
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
We use those
By
at
the way,
tailgates all the time.
What's that?
The bucket with the seat on top of it.
Yeah, because you have those. It's like a pop-up tent that you throw around the bucket.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
Really?
Yeah. What's the privacy element to this?
No,
Because I would love to see someone sitting on a trailer hitch, taking a dump.
While it's moving.
While it's moving. Feet in the air. That'd be the best.
We were at the Eagles game.
Little seatbelt on it.
Last week, and we were joking about, because it's just a little tent that you kind of put over a bucket.
So you could easily go over and just pick it up.
Pick it up.
Take it off.
I would love to do that to somebody.
That'd be great. That would be great. Hang on a second here. We have someone who used to be a tower crane operator, to Sean. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Good morning, it Presbo.
Good morning, my man. How you doing, Sean?
I'm doing good.
All right, so we're doing great. You used to do this for a living?
I'm still an operator. I don't go up in the tower cranes anymore. I'm almost 60 years old. I can't climb up and down. I could, but I'm not going to do it.
Okay,
so ground crane.
Number one, call me, an idiot, but I didn't realize that you guys had to climb up and down every single time from the ground all the way up to those things.
Every single time, every single day. You got to start at the first rung and make your way all the way up. Usually that guy was right. It usually takes about, if you're in a tower crane, it usually takes about 30 to 45 minutes to climb.
Dear
all the way
God. So, Sean, so if we're talking inclement weather, if we're talking some misty conditions, if we're talking icy conditions, you're taking your life in your hands every time you go up and down that thing, correct?
Well, it depends on in the morning what the weather conditions are going to be. Sometimes they won't even send you up. They won't have anybody up.
Okay.
On the weather. If it's real, even if you have a light wind on the ground, if you're up 14, 15, 16 stories, you're going to have a heavy wind up there. You're going to feel it a lot more than you do. So it all depends on the weather. They don't want you climbing up there if it's going to be really nasty, heavy rains, heavy wind, that kind of stuff.
Are there safety harnesses on the way up or anything like that you're hooking onto?
Well, now, back in the day, no. Back, 70s, 80s, no. Now you have to have, it's big safety process. Now.
Do they have a safety harness to connect to your poop bucket?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to take a 5-gallon bucket up there. That's what you do. You take a 5-gallon bucket, you do everything you have to do, you wrap it up and bring it down with you at the end of the
All
day.
right, hang on. Where are you putting the bucket when you're climbing down? You have that attached to your waist or something? Because you're certainly not holding it in one hand.
No, I have it attached to a belt, and it hooks on there, and you take it up with. No, you need both your hands climbing up.
Yeah, so 5-gallon. Let's say you have
you got to bring it, just attach it to a belt bucket, 5-gallon bucket, empties. Like it's fine. You just take that up.
I would put a huge dumpster at the base of where that is and drop
And
it.
just drop it. Yeah.
Jesus.
So what we used to do is we would climb down at the end of the day and just dump everything into a porta pot out of the bucket.
All right, man. That's heroic level stuff.
Sean, this may sound like a dumb question, but obviously it's difficult climbing up there. It's taking you 30 to 45 minutes. But what's taking so long? Are you stopping? Is it the difficulty
To take a
level?
poop.
Well, and now are they moving the harnesses? Like, what are you guys doing?
Well, now it takes a little longer because all the safety, you have to have the harness on, clip and everything. But, yeah, it just takes a long time to get up there. After going a couple stories, you stop for a couple minutes, you know.
Yeah.
and then go back up.
Kathy,
Yes.
think about climbing 15, 20 stories up. And again, I mentioned this movie last week called Fall about these girls who climb up one of those radio towers.
Right.
That's all you're just climbing.
Climbing,
And
yeah.
it takes forever.
Sure.
Hey, Sean, real quick. This is probably a dumb question, but back in the day when you didn't have all these safety measures, like just for fun, did you ever drop anything down? And by anything, I mean like a bag of poop or anything like that?
No. We don't joke. Even back in the day, we wouldn't fool around like that. 'Cause
All
even
right.
if it hit somebody or hit something, no.
Might be somebody you work with down there, too. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we never took that chance. We never joked around up that high.
Yeah, you lose your job, but I mean, so when you were up in that cockpit, did you ever have a situation where really horrific weather came your way and you were stuck up there?
Never got stuck up there. Well, we were told not to come down on it when it's windy and are trying to clear everything out of the way, and they don't want you to climb up and down, especially back, like I keep saying, back in the day.
Yeah.
Climbing down without a harness and all that stuff, they'd rather keep you up there and take your chances than climbing down. So,
Yeah.
that's just the way it is.
I would imagine,
told
the real
before,
danger is once you get out of that thing and get on the ladder. Yeah.
It's more dangerous getting out and getting on a ladder. Anything outside of the cab is more dangerous than being inside the cab.
I would imagine.
Yeah. All right, Sean,
But I called you guys before, and Preston, I've invited you over to Jersey. If you ever wanted to get in one of these things, come on over.
I need to do that, dude. I don't know if I could handle the climb or not, though. I think I'd be too freaked out.
Hey, Sean, could you carry Preston up on your back?
No. Not in a tower crane, in a regular crane. You can't go up there without training. You can't go up top there.
Okay, I believe it. All right. Well, listen, Sean, we got some other crane ops on the line I want to go to, but thank you for your call, bud. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Presbo.
All right, we'll see you, man.
Did you have
Presbo level with him? I love it.
Did you have any idea it was this elaborate? I don't know why. It should have been obvious, but you just don't think that
Well,
way.
that's why we're idiots. We're like, oh, look at the big crane. Let's make T-shirts.
Hang on. Justine is a crane operator. Hi, Justine. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, do you do one of these tower cranes, Justine?
I'm not a crane operator. I'm just a heavy equipment operator.
Oh, it says here you're a crane operator. But do you know a thing or two?
Yes. Being a woman out here and trying to find a bathroom, I worked on the highway before, and I was about 8 months pregnant.
Oh, my God.
And there was one bathroom about 8 miles away from me.
Oh, my God. Okay.
So what did you do?
And I didn't.
You
it
did-
was a long day.
Wow, man! But physically, you could rupture something. You don't want you don't want your baby to have to tread urine if you're not taking a whiz.
No, he's fine. I'm back to work now. He's
All
he
right.
made it.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, be careful. Yeah, you've got to make provisions. Thank you, Justine. I
She
appreciate it.
shouldn't operate a crane, but she can do the crane kick, Preston. That was the
That's what it was.
confusion. Yeah.
I would have stayed with Sean. I thought we had other crane operators we were going to go to because I also wanted to ask them about the money. And is it worth it? Is it that far advanced where it's worth taking a risk of? And listen, if you're not afraid of heights and you feel you're confident, then that's great. But that's that is definitely a risk that you're taking.
Talking about the height thing and working at that at that altitude on a high rise.
I couldn't do it.
They have recently discovered the picture, and I believe it's true, of the photographer taking the picture of those guys having
the
lunch
girder.
at Rockefeller Center on the
Yeah.
girder, the
Yeah.
classic.
Yeah.
And the photographer is standing there.
Do you know, by the way, that was those weren't necessarily guys working out there. It was a staged photo.
Yes, and also,
Yeah, I know.
if the camera had pulled out a little further, you would have seen that there was actually like about 6 feet down was
something that was a
That
safety
would've stopped them.
precaution.
Yeah.
They had other photos from that photo shoot too of like people out on like a server bringing out food and stuff
Yeah.
like that. I love that photo. It's one of my favorites though.
I'm looking at I just, Googled it, but the crane operator salary, and it's not anything crazy. I mean, there's a large.
Are you talking about like a high, one of those super high cockpit
tower
cranes? Tower crane?
So it talks about obviously their skill and how much experience they have and all that, but it's not like anything. It's not anything crazy. There's a large between starting and I guess the higher. The people that are higher up, there's a big difference. But
you know what I wonder, Kathy? How many guys are inclined to wear adult diapers?
Yeah, legitimately,
Right.
just out of just in case.
Right.
Might want to have those. Here's a text that says, a few years ago, I used to work on cell phone towers, and we could pee off the tower, but not before yelling "yellow rain."
Stop! Come
Toward
on, really?
the locals or
Never
workers
meant to
below.
cause you any sorrow.
Yeah. But he said any other bodily functions had to be carried out via climbing down 300 plus feet.
So when you're in training, they're like, so you can go to the bathroom. You just have to yell "yellow rain."
Yellow rain.
What?
Yellow rain.
And I would imagine so, yeah, if you're doing cell phone tower work, there is no cockpit. There's nothing. You have to, if you absolutely have to go.
You're up there. That's it. You're exposed.
You have no other option. Yellow rain. At the end of the movie, instead of squirting that purple stuff out of his car, he's peeing on everybody. We got a Bailey here. Hey, Bailey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Bailey. It says here you're a geologist and diver.
Yeah, so I'm frequently in the field, in the middle of the woods, and just have to be creative about where I go to the bathroom.
Sure.
So
I work on some sites in South Philly, and I just know what businesses will allow me to just kind of sneak in and use the bathroom. Shout out to Home Depot.
Have you ever had to defecate out in? I mean, what is that situation when you're out very in a remote area? We just simply
Let it
leave it to
fly.
nature? Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, no problems peeing outside, but I have had an emergency number 2 in the woods, and I didn't want to tell my coworkers, so I just kind of snuck away and found a large tree, and luckily they didn't come find me.
Somewhere there was a bear going, "This is where I live."
Yeah, I mean, come on. Respect.
Have some respect.
Yeah.
But when I'm on the dive boat, they do have a bucket for me that I can pee in and then just toss it off the side. Or if I'm in the water, I'll just pee my wetsuit.
Listen, yes,
Yeah.
they should. You know what? They could do that.
So, okay, hang on a second, Bailey. This reminds me of something I just saw on the interwebs a couple of weeks ago. What is it called when a diver craps underwater? What is that called? Do you know?
I don't know.
Chum?
No. And then there's footage of it. I gotta look this
Is
up.
it a legit term?
What's aquadump?
Aquadump?
No.
I like that.
Scuba pooping underwater.
You're searching that right now?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's
Actual name for it?
A phrase
Is
that,
it Florence Henderson?
that
Yeah.
divers use.
Yes.
We took a nasty Florence Henderson.
It was.
Thank you, Bailey. Appreciate it. Casey's going to look that up. And while he's looking that up, I'm going to go to a crane operator because we're kind of running out of time here. We have Steve on the line. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
What's up?
Yeah, buddy. How you doing? So we're speaking your language here today, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what can you tell us about the type of money that these crane operators make?
We make well over $100 an hour, but that's our total package. It's not what we take home.
Okay.
Okay.
Not what's taxed.
So some of that goes to what?
Our benefits, our
Poop bucket.
retirement, our health care, our dues, stuff like that.
Steve, so are there any perks associated? But because I assume you have to incentivize this a bit because it is a treacherous job at some level.
Oh, yeah.
So
we're working out in the elements all the time.
So did they give you some perks? Do they? I mean, is there like 3 days on, or 4 days on, 3 days off? Kind of. How does it work?
Not with us, with the union. We work 5 days a week. Sometimes we work the weekends.
Wow.
7 to 3:30.
Okay, so $100 an hour is much different than what I looked at. I mean, that's a good salary.
That is a good salary.
It's
It's also very weather dependent. Correct, Steve?
Yeah, we don't always work in the weather.
Yeah.
Specifically, I work outside with. I don't work tower cranes, but
Okay.
I work mobile cranes.
Okay.
Hey, do you get paid vacations and stuff like that?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Nope. No perks to that.
Okay.
That's part of working 8 hours.
But at least you don't have to crap in a bucket inside the place where you work.
No, we normally find a porta-john
right.
or take a drive to the store.
You know, and I was telemarketing at a crap bucket.
And listen, by the way, I would imagine, Steve, the tower crane operators, that's kind of small company. There's not like a whole lot of people that do that.
That to me, I think that's operating engineers. I don't mess with the operating engineers. I work with the linemen a lot of times.
Right. No, I'm just saying as an industry,
like it's a fraternal sort of thing.
There's tons of carpenters and so on, but a tower crane operator. It's a smaller crowd. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sure. It's like in this area, the kangaroo wranglers. There's not a lot of
not
them.
many.
Yeah.
But that's a. I'm sorry to jump in, case, but that's a skill. That's like that's one of those very focused skills that if you train for,
exactly,
you can become.
You write your own ticket, right?
Yeah.
At least you assume you do, and the benefit is you get to crap in a bucket.
That's not a benefit.
When I was a lifeguard, there was one apartment pool that I worked that did not have a bathroom that I could use.
If only there was a large open water container.
So no, but so if I had to go big potties, there was luckily within 50 yards of this apartment complex, another apartment complex that I could go to the bathroom, but I would have to shut down the pool. Everybody would have to leave. I would have to lock the gate and then walk over to this place and go to the bathroom.
Did you do that often?
Not often, no, but I did have to do it because I was the only guard on duty.
One last thing. Here's a text from somebody that says, actually a couple of them came and says, my husband's a crane operator. Depending on the type of crane that they can certainly make well over $100 an hour. They also are required to be state licensed. To operate and must also hold an NCCCO crane operator's license, and it's expensive to maintain the licenses. And then somebody else says here, I've been a crane operator for 25 years, started at $11, make $119 an hour now. I also pooped from a crane in 1998 and was arrested for hitting a police car.
What?
So there you go.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. It's an interesting lifestyle.
And by the way, Casey found out that pooping while scuba diving is called a warhammer.
And if you,
I like a Florence Henderson.
Somebody else
bet.
has said a depth charge.
Oh, that could be that as well. But if you look on E-Bombs World has a video of a guy performing. I think it's a dude, a warhammer.
Yeah.
Can you see out? Do you see particulate matter outside of the wetsuit?
So you have to take the wetsuit down. This dude,
so you don't keep it with you.
The dude takes his tank off as well,
right.
And then performs a warhammer for you.
It's amazing.
It was awfully nice of him.
There was a lifeguard. There was a lifeguard in Avalon years ago that would every morning they do their swim, and he would do that during his swim.
No.
He found some joy in doing that in the ocean.
Found some
Yes.
joy.
Defecate in the ocean?
Correct. That is correct. Every morning.
That's where the fish poop.
Yeah.
Yes.
Leave it to them. All right. Anyhow, I thought that was interesting. So they are working on rules or breaks, whether they're going to be required or allowed for these crane operators, but did not know that they had to climb that many rungs on a ladder on a regular basis if they just wanted to go to the bathroom, and that it could be dangerous.
I kind of see both sides of this.
Yeah, me too. That's a tough one. Wow. All right. We need to take a break because we have the Bizarre File coming up, and I would like to give away some movie passes. We have a screening of Avatar: The Way of Water tomorrow night, 7 o'clock at the UA King of Prussia. It is IMAX 3D. It's a 3-hour movie that starts at 7 o'clock, and we'll take callers 13 and 14 at 215-263-WMMR. We will give you those movie passes. So give us a call right now. And if you want a second chance to win, just text Avatar to 39333 as well. We're going to take a quick break. Come back in a second. B-File is up next. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. What's new?
Glad you
What are you, a doctor?
Not DDS?
Of course. It
The
would be
ladies
anything
are
else.
stacked too deep
All
out
right,
there.
now put the headphones on,
Yeah.
and we'll see if this because
Radio chat.
Steve doesn't have sideburns.
I have
and
no
so that's the
sideburns,
one thing
no
that looks a little
eyebrows.
odd.
What happened was that they extracted me from the pod in the Matrix too quickly,
Yeah.
and I hadn't fully formed.
I like this the
Put your
best.
headphones on.
All right.
Let's see how this looks.
I have hair over my ears, which is weird.
That looks real,
Let me see.
Steve.
Look at me. Can you look at me?
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Wow.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. Wait,
Doctor?
call.
Yeah.
Say hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry, you got to do it. Dr. Chet Wainwright.
Hey, Chet. Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
All right, do it again.
One more time, ready?
Hey, Dr. Wainwright.
Can I help you, ladies?
Oh my God.
I think we got a yeast situation.
Casey wanted me to play this music. All right, so
It's an African American wig.
oh, are you serious?
Yeah. It's real hair.
Yeah.
It's real hair. I mean, it's just like a $1,500 wig, and this particular wig is going to a politician.
All right, somebody who's running for
Yeah.
office.
So it's a short crop.
Okay.
You know, it's a short crop.
All right.
Yeah, just take a look. See.
All right, Superfly, come on in. Let's take a look and see. Yeah. Yes. Oh, dude, Steve. Oh,
Out of sight.
Yeah. That looks real.
It looks pretty real. I think this looks the realest. Apparently, I would be a really good black dude.
It's a tight curl.
You know what this reminds me of, though? And see if this frames you a little bit. Like Mr. Brady.
a little bit.
A little Mr. Brady in the latter part of the series.
Okay.
Sort of what they would call an Isro.
Yeah. No, you know what it looks like? It looks like my friend Nolan, who's Jewish.
Now, Peter, Bobby, someone broke that vase.
All right. So, other than the Brady affectation, what kind of can you need to look at yourself in the mirror?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a look and see what name, what voice, what your style is going to be.
Wesley Python. You like that?
Yes.
I love the name, Wesley Python.
My name's Wesley.
Yeah.
Wesley Python.
So are you kind of? Oh, then you're kind of like a Billy D.
I'm like a Billy D.
Okay.
I'm like a malt liquor drinking.
All right.
Wannabe.
Yeah. Smooth.
Wesley Python. Smooth.
Yeah.
I go down like my ladies.
Hang on, I want to try something else. Yo, Wesley.
Is that good?
No, he's Isaac from the Love Boat.
I'll do it again.
Yeah. Yo, Wesley.
Fell over.
With the headphones on.
Yeah, there we go.
I love
even
it.
better.
Oh, that looks good.
Hey, you boppers out there.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All right.
Wigapalooza on the Preston Steve Show.
From Funkadelic. Wesley Python with you. Let's get the funk on.
Hey, Wesley, do you have a
Hey,
favorite?
if you want to hear the song, send me a fax.
Do you have a favorite
That'd
so
be
far?
a self-addressed stamped envelope,
Yeah.
probably.
Send a self-addressed stamped envelope, and I'll try to get it on for you in 3 weeks when it arrives.
Do you have a favorite so far?
What's that, little man?
Do you have a favorite wig so far?
Let me see. I'm kind of like, for the one that looks the most real, this one.
Yeah, right.
And the last one. They're both the ones made with human hair. The synthetics, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it.
I'm thinking the Chet was my favorite.
Chet,
The
yeah.
Chet was good.
I'm the man with the plan.
Last birthday I saw is an actor named Adam Devine. And
Yes.
he was in Pitch Perfect. So,
Yeah.
Casey, I'm sure you got something queued up. Is him singing?
No, this is actually Ben Platt singing. He took over for Adam Devine because Adam left the band to go be a backup singer for John Mayer, if you recall, in that
Oh, this is
particular movie.
okay. So this is the end of the movie, and this is they do that song Magic.
Yep.
You love this version of it.
Oh my
so
God,
that's
dude!
why
I
we're
get
playing
so
it.
welled up.
Do it. Play it. I want to see you cry. He went on. He also had a role on Modern Family for a while.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like him. He's good.
He's very funny.
Good,
Yeah.
cool, comedic actor. He was also in a movie that I like a lot, The Intern.
Yep.
And he was in Why Him. He's been in a whole bunch of stuff. So here we go.
All of it, man. Like, it just builds to a crescendo, and these guys, and then the Barton Bellas, and I just get so happy.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
There's also a scene in Madagascar 3.
Oh my God!
Where I think it's the hippo.
That's when the series hits its stride.
Oh my God! When the hippo comes out and like, because they're working towards this big show, this big circus, and then the hippo comes out and Firework is playing from Katy Perry, and I got so happy that I started crying.
Listen, it's very impactful. I think even Gene Simmons got a little teary-eyed.
That hippo makes the appearance in Madagascar 3. You need to understand it's the culmination of everything. This very large creature you would not think would be so adroit on the stage wows everyone, including a group of meerkats.
Even kind of, stone-hearted Gene Simmons crumbled to that.
Melted this icy heart. My face, I was smiling so hard, my surgically reattached face slid off my skull.
Oh my God.
There's another crescendo.
There's an incredible scene where a platypus sings, "I was made for loving you."
What were you going to say?
I can't read. Well, I just know it's at the end of the new Muppets movie that has Jason Segel in it. Right. Because they're doing this like telethon to save this theater. Something, is it the chickens? I don't know.
Happening?
Of course, the famous chicken scene.
I get so happy. Yes, they're doing the Gnarls Barkley song.
Oh,
it's FU?
Yes.
Okay. When they do that again, I'm so happy that I start crying. I don't know why.
It's just the way
I cry out of happiness sometimes. Back to you, Preston.
From this made you cry? That one did?
I don't know. Maybe I was
Do you want to bawl like a little girl?
Yeah.
You want to see a chipmunk sing Gnarls Barkley? Now that's incredible.
Oh
it's just a crescendo, and when it gets to that part, I don't know why I'm.
You
so
like
happy.
those? You like those?
Love it.
Tug at the heartstrings.
All right. Well, how about at the end of Coco, where he's singing the song to the grandmother, Coco? That one puts me in absolute tears. Now, it's a little different than a chicken singing Gnarls Barkley.
You gotta understand, it's a crescendo that builds to that, right?
Okay.
It's there's a whole like sequence, and it gets to the chicken singing.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have it on the video screen. Now that I see it, yes, wow, what a tearful moment.
Those incredibly talented chickens.
Well, the holiday season begins in earnest when Oprah Winfrey's annual list of favorite things arrives, showing America all of the wonderful things we probably can't afford this season.
Do you remember how huge this used to be when she would have that episode?
Yeah. And by the way,
in fact, our favorite things when we first did the Christmas Miracle, that's what it was based on.
Yeah.
The original name was Things That Make Us Explode in Our Pants.
That's correct. By the way, Kathy's holiday activities list will be coming sometime soon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much ready. Marissa and I were talking about yesterday.
We're waiting on some musical accompaniment for that, so it's on the way.
Strange
My God, that was sexy the way she said that.
Ew, really? Don't ever say that.
But you went, yeah.
That's how I feel about holiday
I know.
activities.
That's what turned you on.
She bites her lower
sex,
lip
no,
like
thank you.
like Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
Activities.
So
Floral and Hardy.
And she followed that up with, ew, don't ever say that.
Because it came from you. That's weird.
I know. And on Wednesday. I know.
Oh my God, I'm so moist. Winter activities. This year including Hanukkah and Ramadan.
All right, and on Wednesday, even the 64-year-old admits that the list has gotten a wee bit out of hand in recent years. She said, these days, choosing my favorite things makes me a little cuckoo. What started as an organic extension of wanting to treat people to some of the things I truly love has turned into an annual list that takes a team to curate. I then go through every item, picking my favorites and narrowing the selection to my own. It's a process, but because it's important to me to remain as true to my original inspiration as possible. My guideline, do I really like it enough to want to receive it myself? So that's how she decides what's going to be on here.
Look at the judgment parameters. She's a multi. What is she, a billionaire now at this point?
Yeah. But she still likes fun stuff.
Yeah.
You know, little
Maseratis.
Yeah, little Maseratis you can play with. Perhaps the most infantile is a onesie sweatsuit for adults, dubbed the jumpsuit. In L.A., relax.
I already have one.
Onesie, we're running $168.
I have one that has Michael Dukakis' picture on it.
Yes. Like a onesie for grown-ups, this jumpsuit is a pleasure to wear on a long trip because you can curl up in it and still look fresh when you get where you're going. The stripe down the leg sure does slenderize as well, she says.
Hey, have you seen anything that's this year's Snuggie? You remember like a couple of Christmas seasons ago?
I have. Did you see it's like an oversized hoodie sweatshirt?
No, I have not seen it.
That you can kind of like snuggle into.
So like you can pull it all the way up over you
All
and
right, so
everything?
you know how like you and I don't do things like this, or like guys, we don't like cuddle up on the couch and crawl up into like a little ball, right? and sit up straight. So it's meant for girls
Who bend their
that do
knees? Who
that.
bend their knees? And I know.
Yeah,
you're
who
talking-
bend their
so,
knees.
So pull the end of it down over like a full blanket. I
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah, like kind of put the legs
I
over
do.
to the side.
I sit like this with the legs.
Yeah, it's called a huggle. Is that what it's called? Yeah, there it is.
The Huggle hoodie.
Huggle hoodie.
Case, go do it on our couch.
I can. I'm not flexible enough to do that.
I can't bend my knees up like that. I do pull my arms into my shirt from time to time, though.
Yeah, you do in meetings sometimes too.
Yeah,
What I found out on
there are a couple things. The hand tuck under the thighs as you're sitting there.
Yep.
I like to build a pillow wall along my sides to keep airflow at a minimum.
Right.
And when you really want to get in cozy mode.
Yeah.
So that way I can sit down and fall asleep during the shows I'm watching.
Yeah, right, exactly. Case, this looks like a good idea for like maybe 3 minutes, and then I just start to sweat and like would not be able to get out of it.
I'm stuck.
I'm dying in here.
Bend my legs. I'm stuck.
Because I got I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Holy Jesus! I need water.
Start having a panic attack.
Yes.
Yes.
I love when you go. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
So those are Oprah's, some of her favorite things
That's
this
cool.
year.
Okay.
What about the $1 billion? Is that one of her favorite things? No.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yay! All right.
Morning, Mickey.
Okay. Wow, I love the way you did that.
Well, thank you. I love the way
was
you're
that was really great. You had rhythm. You had rhythm.
See?
Thank you.
You know,
Who could ask for anything more?
let's get right into that. I love that you love rhythm so much. It's a huge part of your life.
It's everything.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not melody and it's not harmony, but it certainly is rhythm.
You were exposed to percussive instruments and rhythm early on. Your dad was well known and well respected. And
I wouldn't go that far.
He was a musician?
He was a musician?
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, really? All right.
But he did dabble.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
More
And
than
then,
dabble,
and then
actually.
you were working in a you had a job and you were
I had a job once.
a jazz club.
Once.
Yeah.
A long time ago. I can't remember having the last time I had a job. Just thinking,
You don't call this a
thinking
job?
of the idea of having to have a job just gives me the willies. I mean, what would I do with the job? Oh, my God.
You wouldn't be a 9-to-5 guy working the cubicle.
No, I doubt it. But if I had to, I would.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Real quick, I want to mention that there is a new Daily Rush video that is available, and the title is Queef Splat. And it says if you ever have $17 sextillion lying around, maybe you can call up ET's home planet of Queef Splat. Be the first to see the newest Daily Rush by subscribing to our YouTube channel, sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet, and learn more at xfinity.com. Is that when we also learned that ET has 3 tongues and one of them is in his butt?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that
you
might
learn a
be
lot about
same
his
one.
planet and everything.
And their people.
Yeah.
Yeah, their beings, I guess I should say. All right, we need to do Bizarre File. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Red Robin. The holiday gifts are all wrapped. You can give the gift of yum with a $25 Red Robin holiday gift card and get a $5 bonus reward for you. Now through December 31st. Red Robin, yum. All right, a 76-year-old Minnesota man is facing criminal charges because he was shooting at a squirrel and a bullet went through a child's bedroom window in a neighboring home. Police said they arrested the man Sunday after his neighbor reported some bullet holes in their siding of the home and a hole in the window of their son's bedroom.
Sorry about that, folks. You're trying to kill a squirrel.
So, and it sounds like he's this kind of guy. So the man told officers he had been watching ball games on television, noticed a squirrel on his bird feeder.
Goddamn squirrel.
He told officers he shot a .22 caliber rifle from his bedroom window at the squirrel and believed that he hit the animal. He told officers he had shot at squirrels at least 6 times over the past 2 years because, quote, he considered it war when they got into his bird feeder.
Get my rocket launcher.
Yep. The man's wife said to him, well, and listen to this, as he's being arrested, the wife said to him, and I quote, well, I told you. Those are the exact words.
You know it.
I told you,
Nick.
Clem.
Fool.
Sounds right.
Shooting at the squirrels.
Yep. The man is charged with recklessly handling a dangerous weapon, a misdemeanor, and a felony count of discharging a firearm within a municipality. He faces up to 2 years in prison and a $5,000 felony fine. I told you.
You stop jawing at me, you dumb bitch. I told you how much that squirrel food cost.
First responders rescued an eagle that was impaled by a lightning rod atop a 120-foot radio tower at St. George Elementary School in Florida. The fire department crews responded to a call Friday about an eagle stuck on the top of the tower and contacted wildlife authorities from the scene. It was determined that someone would need to go to the top of the tower to help the eagle.
Bring a poop bucket.
Engineer Lewis Castle and Lieutenant Garrett Williams loaded up into a 100-foot tall tower, headed toward the elementary school. Crews gained access to the area by cutting a fence, then went up the 100 feet in the tower, and then Castle exited the bucket of the fire department's ladder, hooked himself onto the tower using safety equipment, and climbed the remaining 20 feet.
It's amazing.
The eagle was found in obvious distress. Once he was at the top, Castle was able to free the bird of its impalement, and it then soared down, and a wildlife rescuer captured it. As of Saturday afternoon, the fire department did not
Could you
have
call my wife?
any update on the eagle's health status. Just let her know you're okay.
Yeah, her
right?
name is Kaka.
Yeah. So,
Bald Eagles!
so apparently it's doing okay. It's on the mend.
Yeah.
A fuming woman has told how her wedding became the worst day of her life after the venue was swarmed with ravers.
Ravers?
Yeah, like, going
Party
to a party.
ravers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Natalie Rhodes splashed out almost $10,000 to have her dream wedding abroad in Malta, hiring a wedding planner to make sure that they had the day of their dreams. Perfect Weddings Abroad is what the company is called, and they promised Natalie's big day on August 26th was in good hands. But as it finally rolled around, the bride-to-be was in for a shock. She claimed the venue had been double booked.
Uh-oh.
And soon she was surrounded by half-naked revelers covered in UV paint and waving glow sticks.
Instead of wedding cake, we're all going to have Molly.
They were gawking at her as she celebrated her wedding day. She said, we had half-naked partygoers watching us get married on the beach. We had children there, and it was like one big rave. I think they paid something stupid like $50,000, so they didn't expect to be sharing it with us either, and they said that it was like they were gate crashing our wedding. She said there was vomit everywhere. My child went into the bathroom, came out, then vomited all over the beach because he'd seen what had gone on in the toilets. They were covered in vomit. It was a mixture of colors, and it was all over the floor and all up and down the side of the cubicle where someone had come out and not made it to the sink or the toilet. Said it was the worst day of my life. We had about 10 ravers for every wedding guest.
Wow.
We were outnumbered and she said there were about 150 of them. The music they were playing was very loud, had loads of swear words in it. It was aggressive and pumping, and they were all jumping around and dancing with glow sticks.
Terrible.
Yep.
Were they offered a refund?
I'm not really sure what ended up happening, Steve.
Or glow sticks.
She's looking to organize another ceremony, but this time she's going to stay in the UK.
By the way, you can see that entire country in about 45 minutes. And
Malta?
Is
that right?
And it's also where Popeye was filmed.
That's right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
They still use that as a tourist
They
attraction,
use the
right?
set
They
as
should
a
have the
tourist
wedding there,
attraction.
right?
Every February, Fish plays at the Moon Palace Resort in Cancun, and this year I just heard that this past year, people had booked their vacations having no clue that there was going to be thousands of hippies down there.
Oh my gosh.
You think there's something you'd want to tell people?
Kind of have to let people know.
Yep. All right, here's another interesting one. This may sound like something out of a movie, but it's not. A 650-pound cow recently had to be rescued out of a doctor's office in Orange, Virginia.
Oh, my God.
The cow was in the middle of being taken to be sold to Knight's Cattle Company when it jumped off of a trailer. It made its way an eighth of a mile down the road to Orange Family Physicians. Local
I have a lump right here.
Local self-proclaimed cow catchers, Timothy Lamb and his friend Sam Crawford, said they received a call about finding the missing cow just 10 minutes after returning home from work.
Well, you know this was, Preston.
It was.
An utter catastrophe.
Yes, it was.
We're looking at a picture of the case. It's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, it's inside a doctor's office.
Yeah.
So they headed to the physician's office on horseback with a dog to help retrieve the large animal.
My nipples are very sensitive.
However, when Lamb and Crawford arrived, the cow was scared and ran around the building, ultimately smashing through the glass doors of the office. When it shattered the glass, it just kept running through the building, Lamb said. According to Crawford, the staff looked ghostly when the cow came through the building. Luckily, the men were able to go inside and bring the cow outside without harm. Lamb roped the cow's neck and brought it outside where he tied it down to a light pole.
They were able to calm it down with a nail gun.
Oh, good. Are there? All right, this is a dumb question.
Oh, great. Here we go.
Are there wild?
That's it in the bizarre file, by the way.
Wild cows?
Are there wild? Because I mean, you have wild horses, wild turkeys, wild chickens. Are there wild cows out there anymore?
You do pose an interesting question. Are there herds of wild cattle roaming parts of the country? Are there, Kathy?
Yes, there are.
I have to believe there are at some place or
They
another.
come from somewhere.
Gotta
It's
be
not like they're already,
Yeah, bulls out there and
chickens.
Are they like free
And
for the
chickens.
taking or?
You can take them if you
Okay.
see a free cow. You've seen those boxes outside, box full of cattle.
It says today there are no wild cows.
No, I don't believe that.
Cattle
who
were
said that?
first domesticated around 10,500 years ago from the wild ancestors, but today there are no wild cows anywhere. I find that very interesting. How do you keep that from happening? Doesn't nature find a way? You know? You would think so.
Well, I mean, you've got to figure this. Well, maybe we just haven't discovered it's like a cave with a massive.
Well, here, I found this on
Sorry.
Alaska's Kodiak Island. There are wild cows.
Cardiac?
Kodiak.
Kodiak.
Alaska's Cardiac
Island. Yeah. You would think that'd be like pork or something like that instead of cows. All right. That's it in the bizarre file. Why don't we take a break and come back in just a moment and move things right along? We are going to have a little bit later on Steve Byrne joining us as a guest, so we'll chat with him. But you know what? I should do this now. Let me give away some passes for a skate date flight on ice on Thursday night. This Thursday night, weather pending. We're hoping the weather's going to hold out for this, but if you would like to go to the event and go ice skating with us, the Preston and Steve Show at Energy Transfer Veterans Memorial Park, or the rink, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We would like to have you in Edgemont. So we'll take callers 10 and 11 at 215-263-WMMR. We'll give you a pair of passes and skate rentals as well. It's from 5 to 7. It's a little bit on the
Nice.
early
Yes,
side.
yeah.
So that's coming up this Thursday. So give us a call right now, and we'll get those tickets to you. And we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It's a service. It's a service industry. I mean, that's what music is all about. You know, you provide a place where people can come and have an emotional moment,
right,
and ritualize. So, yeah, I know, and I think it's very profound, and I'm very, what should I say, honored or blessed or whatever you want to call it, to happen to fall into this universe as a percussionist or a drummer. You know, to be able to do that is,
But maybe even people.
It's a good thing.
Yes. People who are maybe in the same situation as you, viewing it as a job. The fact that you don't view it as you view it the way you do.
It's not easy, but it's not like a job. It's like when I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is think of, the new day and what kind of new rhythms there are in it and how I can interpret that. And that's what musicians do. They interpret, society and whatever, you've seen or whatever it is, and they lay down that groove. And every 5-10 years you find a new groove, and you work at it. Yeah, you do work at it, but you work at play. You work to play.
Sure.
You have to keep your skill up. I play every day 2-3 hours.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Absolutely. In order to get up there and do what I do,
yeah.
I mean, it's an athletic event.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like lounge drumming and stuff. This is the power stuff. You know.
Well, speaking of reinventing and finding new grooves, I want to ask you about John Mayer because he's been with the band and touring with you guys for a stretch now, and I think a lot of people initially dismissed him as poppy and not the really great, incredible guitarist that he is. And from my perspective, he seems like the perfect fit for the Dead because he holds you guys in reverence, but he can also hold his own. What are your impressions on John?
John's a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
You know, he's a gunslinger, you know, as it were. And his guitar, he's beautiful. He plays great. He fits perfectly in the band, and he's a nice guy. I mean, I know he has this reputation and all that stuff, but I've never had a moment of weirdness with him. He's just a very pleasant person to be around, and he plays his ass off. You know.
Before he was a star, he played in the conference room down the hall in these offices. And I went to see his show that night, and one of his strings broke during the performance. He tuned the guitar to itself and he didn't miss a beat. And right then, I knew this guy had it, and I was so impressed by his ability.
I'll tell you when I knew he had it was one day when he was just joined the band. I had gotten him into this droning things, feeding back, you know, getting a little crazy. And so during the drums and bass part, he got down on his knee and he put the guitar into the speaker and he started feeding back. And I was looking at him and I was saying, oh, okay. So I walked around to the front of the speakers, sat down right next to him, and I had on one hand I had what do you call it, lighter fluid.
Yeah.
And the other hand I had a Bic.
Okay.
And so he looked at me, I looked at him, and I went like that. And for a minute, I thought he was
going to do it.
You know, and then so he took it. He did take it while he was feeding back, and he put he put the Bic on his amplifier, and he took the lighter fluid and used it as a slide. And so he played slides without lighter
go
fluid.
full Hendrix on you.
And I said, John, you were going to do it, weren't you? And he said, you know, I was really thinking about it, but the guy who makes my guitar is in the audience. So I couldn't do it. But he almost lit his guitar on fire, so I knew right then he was okay.
Wow.
I was wondering if you had watched the Grateful Dead documentary that was on Amazon and what your thoughts are.
No.
It was very in depth.
Oh God, it was just awful. I just did not like it.
You didn't care for it.
It was just a one-sided affair. It was not for me, and it really didn't show the Grateful Dead in its totality. It was more like a Jerry, you know, whatever that is,
piece
you know,
on
memorial thing or whatever. He was trying to do, but it wasn't really. It didn't have the heart of the Grateful Dead.
Okay.
That's for sure.
There's been a lot done about it.
They made me watch. Oh, I watched it once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to say I didn't like it. But that's it. I didn't see it at the premiere. Me and Bob and Bill, we went out and had dinner.
Yeah.
While they showed the movie.
That's funny.
We came back right at the end when they all started. And we go, okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the things that you do like. I was listening to the concert in Paris, 1974, this morning.
Yeah.
What was it besides the United States? What was your favorite country to play in?
Oh, Jesus, that's a good question. I think that I can't answer that question because they're all good when you play good. You know, every country is the same.
Yeah.
If the music is played well and we have a great time, France is great, England's great, Germany, it's all good if we play well. If we don't play well, the city sucks.
It's this place.
We blame it on the city.
Blame it on the city.
Of course.
Yeah.
Franklin Port.
I also, as a fan, there's an ebb and flow to the way I listen to your music, and so recently I flowed back to. I guess I ebbed back to. I ebbed back to studio albums. Do you? I don't know if you ever listen to your own music.
No.
But do you have a favorite studio album?
Yeah, I would have to say it would be, it was half studio and half live. It was called Anthem of the Sun. I think it was our second record, you know, back 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was probably my favorite. American Beauty, Working Man's Dead. They were nice, fuzzy, warm.
See, my
kind of-
first album I ever bought was Mars Hotel, so I automatically go back to that one. And Unbroken Chain. And
we were never very good in the studio. We never could cage the animal in the studio.
When did you realize that? It seemed to be early on.
Yeah, well, we thought we could make. No one knew how to make a record, but I mean, we didn't know how to make anything. We were just musicians at the time, and we weren't really savvy on the studio. No one had a studio.
Right
now, I have a studio. Everybody has a studio, so we just weren't producible. There was too much anarchy. In the band. Too many people wanting to do. They had strong opinions of it. So, and we never really liked it in the studio, the four walls. It was too captivating. We were like a captive in the studio. And we never really made a great record.
You guys had a pop explosion in the late 80s when you hit with Touch of Grey and Hell in a Bucket, In the Dark. Was that fun? Was that cool? Was it neat seeing a whole bunch of people who maybe had not been turned on? You always had legions of loyal fans, but here all of a sudden, boom, you had fresh music. And the tour was gigantic. Was it fun?
Oh, yeah, it was fun, but it wasn't quite like that.
Okay.
What happened was we were already playing stadiums at the time. That was in 87.
Yeah.
So instead of playing 1 or 2 days at the stadium, we were playing 3 days at the stadium.
Yeah.
So it really didn't affect us much. We just
You guys were touring sold-out shows anyway.
We didn't feel it. We were playing stadiums. And
yeah, but you know what? I
was
found
more
out about you guys
incremental.
because of the Touch of Grey. There was a music video. I was young at the time, so so you guys had a music video, so you were totally reaching an audience. That,
we never did the videos or anything. We never did a single. So we weren't really part of the music industry. We never played that game. And if we lived by the single, we would die by the single. If we didn't have a hit.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny because I remember becoming aware of the Grateful Dead, through the iconic artwork that was associated with the band.
Yep.
What's that about? What's that about? So that predates obviously videos, but still a visual medium brought me into the awareness of the music, which is very cool.
Exactly. It mirrored the music. In the old days, how that started was these artists would come to the shows, and we were all getting high, and psychoactive drugs, taking acid and whatever. And these were physical representations of what the music sounded like. They would go home and they would start painting, and they're still high, and that's what these things were representing. They were representing the music.
How were you vetting that, or was it just sort of if you want to do it, or would you guys kind of consciously say, I don't like that, doesn't represent our band right, or was it just an open source?
Well, luckily in our case, the people would come up with these incredible,
iconic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we just had to choose between the good stuff. I mean, it was so much good
great.
around. And a lot of people went home and just did it, and it was uncommissioned.
Yeah,
they just went out and said, "This has to be done."
Wow.
And so then all of a sudden we looked at them, we go, "That's us." And they go, okay, cool.
That's cool.
That's it.
Let me ask you with the art and your painting. I mean, did people automatically take to it? Were you afraid you were going to get here's a musician trying to be a painter sort of deal?
I'm not afraid.
Yeah. So what was that jump like, and how well were you received initially? Because I mean, honestly, we were looking at the stuff. It's pretty amazing looking.
There it is.
Yeah. So what was that initially like?
Well, I didn't think of it as it's art.
Yeah, it is art.
Came out. It's
right.
You follow the muse. I mean, you're an artist. The thing that turns you on, makes you do things artistically. And first time I did it, I walked into the house and my daughter looked at it and he said, Dad, this got legs.
That's pretty good.
Legs. She liked it.
Yeah.
And so if my daughter liked it, and she doesn't like much.
Does she like the Dead? Does she like
that?
Okay.
So I said, okay, I'll paint. If you like it, I'll paint it.
You can take a look for yourself and see Mickey Hart's work. It's called Vibrational Expressionism, The Art of Mickey Hart. And Sunday, back out this way, King of Prussia, noon to 2. Is there a spot where we can go to get all this information, a website or anything, you guys?
I just want to meet the King of Prussia.
We all do.
And I want to see Mrs. Prussia.
Sure.
Mr. Prussia. And all of the little Prussias.
All the Prussiettes. Yeah.
I'm actually Mrs. Prussia.
She is.
Yeah.
She shops there all the time.
I heard that she cooks.
Oh,
You heard wrong.
have heard wrong, sir.
Wrong, Mrs. Prussia.
She makes reservations. Yeah.
I can make a mean reservation.
She makes a mean reservation.
She makes a mean Romanoff.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give some love to the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, man. So let me go to here and more broken ribs. I have it says Walper. Is your name Walper?
Walter.
Walper.
Honestly, wouldn't you at least say
Walper?
Is this Judge Wapner calling in?
You got a nickname now, Walter.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you hear what happened to old Walper.
That's not even a mistype. I'm looking at the T and the P are like nowhere near each other on the keyboard.
Walper.
Name's Walper.
Let me get that straight. Your actual name is Walper. And what happened to you? So what happened to you, Walter?
All right. Well,
All right.
I've broken my hand.
Yeah.
I've fractured all my ribs.
Were these fights over your weird name, Walper?
It's not my name.
His guy's name's Walper. I'm gonna punch you.
But at least you got a great nickname today.
Walper.
Well,
hang in there, brother, okay?
From Touchstone Pictures, the inspiring story of a man named Walper.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Real quick, I got an email, and the person wanted to remain anonymous if I read this on the air. It says, hey, guys, I know you guys have a plethora of products inspired by Preston and Steve, but have you guys gotten any Preston and Steve inspired strains, meaning marijuana? And he wrote, attached is my 24-hour-old sprouts of, and this is what he's naming his strains, the stream of consciousness-ner and the noticer.
Wow.
He said both have sativa-dominant Landris Durbans, and that's horticulture speak.
Right.
But sativas are more kind of up than down as far as the sensation you get. And he said, feel free to mention off-air to the crew or nameless on-air, and I'll keep you posted.
Well, that's kind of fascinating. We've been memorialized in cannabis.
Yes. Now, I'm more of an indica person. So I tell you what, listener, if you could create maybe what would be another good name for a strain, but an indica instead. I was thinking of the various characters that we have of the connoisseur and stuff like that. But
Not the noticer. That would heighten your ability to notice.
he already has the noticer, yeah. So I'm not really sure. We'll have to think about that. And I have this other thing. So thank you for the email. I appreciate that. This has nothing to do with what we're going to talk about, but I think we're going to have sometime soon. We're going to have to do the survey says.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Because I saw this poll. It's listen to this. Some of these I read them and I'm like, you've got to be kidding.
Is this one that was sent as show prep?
Yeah.
Yeah, it kills you. You don't believe the stuff that we get on a daily basis. That is, hey, try this on your show. It's like, are you kidding?
Listen to this. A poll surveying 2,000 people who partake in Christmas festivities found that 58% of people look forward to unwrapping gifts on Christmas.
Really?
Wait,
Yes.
that's
Really?
actually low.
Yeah, 58% of people look forward to. I guess some people don't like. Yeah, 40%.
Some people are
of them
nervous. Yeah.
Yeah.
People enjoy getting things.
Yeah. I just thought it was so stupid. Oh my god! All right.
People enjoy tasty things.
We'll do another survey says later on. But Steve sent me this article. I thought this was interesting to bring this up, especially when the holidays do roll around. I think that mental health is kind of pushed to can be pushed to its limit.
Yes, and you reported that despite what people think, like this, the longstanding belief is that the suicide rate rises. It does not. However, I do think it's a time for self-reflection, and that can lead to
Well, and there's a lot of stressors.
A lot of
too,
stress, yeah.
this time of year. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, last year about this time, I spoke to a therapist on my show down at Ben, her story, and she said this is a big time for depression and people falling back into it. And, it has to do with a number of factors, whether it be, stress or, family. If they, it's a time where families get together. A lot of people are fighting with family, don't get to see them. And so it's big for depression.
The fact that it's the natural division of the year. I mean, you're closing up one year and moving on to a new, and then so the perception is, do I start anew? Was this a successful year?
Yeah.
All that stuff.
So the article that Steve sent me is about a woman named Abby Rawlinson. She is a London-based therapist, and she regularly shares information about mental health topics, and she's got a pretty good-sized following on Instagram. Excuse me. And she focused recently a video about imposter syndrome.
We've mentioned this a number of times in the past couple of weeks about this phenomenon, and and it's amazing.
Well, I've talked to my therapist about imposter syndrome before. Yeah,
right. And it's something that is very common.
Yeah, very much so. So she tackled the topic on a number of occasions, explaining what imposter syndrome is, as well as sharing possible signs of the condition in a recent post, which I'll hit at the end here because there's like 6 signs, she says, that you might be having an issue with imposter syndrome. So according to Abby, imposter syndrome is all about fear, including the fear of failure, not being good enough, judgment and criticism, and being exposed as a fake or a fraud. She said, when we regularly experience these fears, our nervous system can get dysregulated, which results in periods of hyperarousal or hypoarousal. And she noted that that guy's, I think he's a hyper.
He's hyper, yeah.
She noted that hyperarousal is commonly referred to as flight or fight. Fight or flight. And she said, when we get stuck in this state, we can feel anxious and panicky. And this can also cause us to overfunction, which might look like working long hours, difficulty delegating, trouble switching off, and perfectionism. Meanwhile, she said hypoarousal is commonly referred to as freeze. She said when we get stuck in this state, we can feel withdrawn, depressed, and low in motivation, and it causes us to underfunction. And this might look like avoiding difficult conversations, difficulty asking for help, failing to be assertive, and staying under the radar. Understanding the autonomic state that we are in is important, according to therapists, and as it is indicative of the thoughts that we're having. And she described this as having urgent thoughts while in an anxious hyperarousal state. For example, I must do something now. However, during a low hypoarousal state, thoughts will be more of the I can't variety.
Hypo.
She wrote, this connection between our nervous system and our thoughts is why we need to approach imposter syndrome from a mind-body perspective. So, you want the 6 signs of imposter syndrome?
Yeah, give a listen to these and see if any of these pertain to you.
Okay. Number 1 is feeling anxious that you'll be exposed as a fraud or a fake. Number 2, believing your success is down to luck or good timing. Number 3, frequently feeling anxious, overwhelmed, or stuck. Number 4, feeling inadequate despite demonstrating competency.
Mm-hmm.
Number 5, being very sensitive to even constructive criticism. And number 6, constantly comparing yourself to other people.
Okay, so you don't have to have all of these, just some of these.
6 signs of imposter syndrome. Yeah, probably don't need all of them. And you might need more than one. You know, I don't really know.
Yeah.
Or you might have some to varying degrees.
Right.
But I think there's something in there that applies to just about everybody. And it's that for them to sort of explain it this way makes sense, where you think, I'm going to be discovered as a fraud. This is surely... So whether you can be absolutely competent at what you're doing, but by your perception, since you have no framework outside your own mind and body, how did that person become successful? Well, certainly I'm not as good as that person. I must be a fraud.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, yeah. I struggle with this sometimes. I mean, we've achieved a level of success, but what I will do is I'll compare myself to other people that do a similar thing and go, they're way better than I am.
Yeah.
and just be in a position of saying, like if I were, I'll give you like a scenario of the job of the business, like if I had to do some kind of hard hitting, very intellectual, sit down interview, or I had to lead some type of like I look. So my friend is Matt O'Donnell from 6 ABC. And he does that Sunday morning show sometimes where they sit around
and
with
talk.
heavy hitters and they talk about heavy subjects and very important topics. And I'm like, there's no freaking way I could do that. I'm a moron. Are you kidding me? The idea that I come in here every day and spout off all this crap that I go through and read.
But see, I don't think you should compare yourself to him.
Well, I know,
But that's the syndrome.
It doesn't matter.
You're exactly right, Kathy. You don't give yourself credit for your skill set. Matt would be horrible.
He'd be
No,
terrible.
I think Matt's great, but it's
like to me
it's
that's
just-
a totally like I would look at somebody like that and go, I wouldn't even think that that's the similar job to.
And then you'd also say, I think this show's boring.
Yeah.
No,
Or okay, when we were at the Hall of Fame acceptance in Chicago, when we went to the ceremony, I'm like looking around these other people getting these awards. I'm like, I am not even in
Wow.
the same
that I could
category.
see.
Yeah. Well, you're with heavy hitters.
I mean, you weren't. You were far.
In fact, it was
less.
Kathy stood up and goes, these guys are not that good. Why are you giving them awards with luminaries like this? It's sort of insulting to them.
But when Dan Patrick got up and he did this really awesome
How his
speech,
life was changed.
and I'm like, mine sucked. That was terrible. What am I doing here? I don't even belong here.
I remember when I wanted to be on the radio, so I am. Thank you.
So I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, so you can't compare yourself to what Matt O'Donnell does on Sunday morning because your job is not that.
It's different. I was just using that as a blanket.
I
I don't usually do that, but I was just using that as a quick reference.
But in the quiet,
guy,
in
I'm
those,
way smarter than Matt.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, but in these moments, this is the pernicious thing that happens with the imposter syndrome.
So there were a couple of things on your list there, Preston, or the list that totally ring true to me, and I try to be realistic about myself and my approach to this job. And number 2 on that list,
I heard you react when I said that. I said believing your success is down to luck or good timing.
I mean, I don't have this job, okay, if I don't have that internship.
Yeah, isn't that everybody?
No,
exactly, Kathy.
But this is luck and timing. I don't have this job. That if I don't have that internship at the time that I had that internship, I don't have that internship if I didn't have a friend that was a board op at the time that got me the internship.
So
and then
I can offer up, because I've had the same type of thoughts myself. But how I make myself feel better about that and maybe give myself a little bit of credit is that
how much better than Matt O'Donnell you
are. Is that you had the proper instincts to, number 1, go for that internship, to number 2, stick with something when you could have made another choice.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's what I try to rely on as well, that my instincts are good.
That's exactly right.
I've had some luck, but I've added that with some skill and some instincts that have served me right almost every time.
That's why you can never be a dick about anything in your life if you have any level of successes, because yes, there is talent involved, but you also benefited from timing and luck.
Right.
And people that and there's also the thing of you also help to make your own luck by seeing which way you should go and which way you should not. You're not always going to get it right.
Right.
But still to think that you are simply and completely a product of luck and not capability and talent.
But if you were to take
ridiculous.
percentage-wise, I would say 80% luck, 20% skill.
In your best Borat.
Well, that's the thing. If
Let's say that to go to capital city.
But if you're not good at it, the luck and timing, you wouldn't you wouldn't stay in the job. Everyone's job has something to do with luck and timing. You have to be good at it, otherwise you wouldn't still be
Kathy,
here.
here's a perfect example. I had loads of people when I was coming down from New York down to Philadelphia saying, why aren't you trying for radio? You live in the #1 market. I'm like, it's a horrible market, A. B, I think these people that I'm with, like, Preston and Marilyn at the time, and then, the evolution of the show, I think there's something here. And all the people that advised me to be up in New York, they're out of the business now.
Right.
Interesting. I'm going to go to Jessica. Hi there, Jessica. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Good. What's up, Jessica?
Well, I want to thank you for the therapy session. This has really been an interesting drive into work. I won an award a couple of years ago, and I remember like I didn't even want to put in the submission to why I should get it because I felt like I didn't deserve it. And it was said to me at the time, "Oh, it sounds like you have imposter syndrome." And I just kind of let it go. But when you started talking, I perked up, and I am floored that, like, literally every single thing you said ticked a box about me.
No
like,
kidding.
The constructive criticism, the fear I'm going to be found out, to not be as good as I am, feeling like it's luck. I mean, just wow.
Yeah.
It was really incredible. So I'm kind of shook up about it. So I had to call in. I was like, this is just incredible.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Well, fortunately, yeah, I mean, maybe, hopefully that helps a little bit. And of course, I'll point you in the direction of maybe speaking to a therapist if it's something you want to get out in the open and maybe get some positive feedback on that. I've done the same thing, and it certainly helped.
But you're not alone, Jessica.
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite a common thing, and there are people at all levels. We've had stars come in, and we talked about it recently about that, who have really incredible levels of success. Believe like they're gonna discover me any day now. They're gonna find out I don't deserve this.
Hey, Jessica, can I ask what you do for a living?
Yes, I work in tourism.
Okay.
So I'm kind of in sales. I also do some social media stuff.
Okay. And you've had some success with it, right?
I have. I definitely have. So, so I guess I need to own that.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
you
all
should.
right, yeah.
Most definitely. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the common theme is that the imposter syndrome is someone who's had a level of success in whatever it is they're pursuing, and they think that it could end at any moment.
You're gonna find out.
Yeah. That's got to be a part of this, right?
That's it. It's going to be discovered.
It's going to come back to completely crumble and fall apart in front of you. But yeah, these like comparing yourself to other people, being sensitive. I've gotten better about constructive criticism. That one doesn't hit me so much, but I've managed to be able to brush that off. But there are times where you're still like, why'd you say that?
Well, that's the classic thing is and that's I've been able to shut that. I don't care. I mean, I do the best I can do, and I've gotten to a good point there. I get outside of my own head and just say, you can't please everybody, but that is the classic. All these people are saying nice things about you, but the one guy in the corner who. That sets you off in a spiral. Like, what about all these other folks?
Yeah, once you realize that you can't please everyone,
you can't.
Then maybe it makes it easier.
Except when it's Bill's constructive criticism. I don't think either of you take that well.
Kathleen, you're always saying the wrong things. It was Steve who said that. Well, I was focused on you.
It's usually me.
Yeah.
I usually do something Kathy gets in trouble.
Yes, but you laughed. You laughed the loudest.
That was it, right?
Yeah, it's like,
swear to God.
I'm not talking about Hitler. I'm talking about the guy who was nodding.
Yeah. What did he say exactly?
He said I laughed a little bit harder than everyone else in the room. That was a serious comment he made to me when Steve made a joke that he didn't like.
Maybe you shouldn't laugh so hard.
Oh, dear God. Casey, somebody says, where's it? Casey, it was something along the lines of Casey's been down on himself a bit lately. And yeah, here we go. He's been really hard on himself lately. Tell him to knock that off. We all love Casey, and we see how great of a person he really is.
There you go.
No, not really. No, horrible person.
No,
but,
you called yourself a crap person last week, and you're not. And anyone who knows you knows that you're not. But the truth of the matter is that you deal with the way you perceive yourself.
Well, I just am. I feel like I'm realistic about who I am as a person. But
you're a man looking at me with the hot dog on your hat.
But I try to, imposter syndrome. Like, I do believe that, it is, where I'm at right now is 80% luck and 20% whatever else. But I have gratitude for that.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So, if I
scam the system.
I scammed the system. I scammed you guys. You guys should have fired me in 1999. I swear to God. But you didn't. And so I am very, very happy and grateful for that.
Well, listen, take to heart that this is a common thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of people feel that. But I mean, at a certain point also, give yourself permission to feel that way, and also allow yourself to entertain the notion that perhaps you are where you are because there was a level of competency that got you there.
We would have gotten rid of you if we didn't like you.
You're dead weight.
Well, no, you liked me.
We just liked your company
we
so
were very
much.
patient, but we liked you a lot, but we were very patient.
You were very patient, and I'm very grateful for that. And my family is very grateful for that.
But the patience. I remember when I was offered, how naive is this? When I was offered the morning show position at Y100, and I said, no, I don't want to get up that early in the morning.
Right.
I said, absolutely not. And a couple of months went by, and they came back to me again. And at the time, there was a guy named Barsky who was doing the morning show. And they flat out told me, they're like, look, we're going to get rid of this guy.
Yeah.
We just want another morning show. And I felt bad for Barsky. He never liked seeing anybody getting fired.
We called Matt O'Donnell, but he refused.
I didn't really know him. And so they came back a couple of months later, and they made me a very generous offer.
Yeah.
And I had to say,
you'd be a fool.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like double what I was making.
Your
And
own poop bucket?
I go, okay, but this is what I said to them. How stupid is this? I go, okay, but if it doesn't work out in a couple of months, you guys can't fire me.
Okay.
Seems
I'm
ironclad.
like, promise me you're not going to fire me if I'm not any good at it.
Pinky swear.
Yeah,
Oh, my
okay, we
God.
promise.
All right.
Would have fired me in a heartbeat.
All right,
if it
do the
wouldn't have worked out.
Beastmaster handshake, and then I'll know it's real.
Was that your impression of Dar?
Yes. What he calls the Falcon. I would have at least said, hey, if it doesn't work out, can I have my old
shift back.
And
And fire the person you put in that spot.
Yeah, they brought Matt Cord over. They were gonna they were gonna put me back in afternoons after snagging Matt from MMR. Are you kidding me?
Dude, my first on-air shift was simply because the Saturday night overnight guy quit on like Friday.
Yeah.
And they were like, we need somebody. And I was running the board at the time. And it was really funny because I remember having my first air check session with Jim McGuinn. And he had finally come to the realization at that point, I had already been on the air for like a month at this point. He's like, we put you on the air without ever listening to an air check of yours? I'm like, yeah, you did.
Hey, here's a quote I kind of like, and this can pertain to jobs and things like that, or making the right choice. It says, luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
That's an excellent quote. I've heard that before. And that should give you some solace. Again, you talked, Preston, as you were saying earlier, about with the imposter syndrome, you are presented with many decisions in your life that you have to make, and getting good at making the right ones is an art and a talent unto itself, and you should give yourself credit. Now, you don't want to become a pompous jackass about it,
right.
and always appreciate the gifts that you've been given in life,
right?
But I mean, still, you don't have to beat the piss out of yourself all the time.
All right, hang on. I want to go to this call. This is Tom, who says here has autism. Hi, Tom. You're on the air. Good morning.
How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
All right. So I was listening to your conversation about, the I'm trying to figure out how we word it, where people have they feel like they need to do better.
Imposter syndrome.
Imposter syndrome. Okay. So this is something that I live with on a regular basis, especially when it comes to trying to find work, where people start treating me differently once they find out that I'm autistic, because they start seeing me acting weird, like, not weird to me, but weird to them, where I kind of stay by myself and things like that.
Right.
And this is something that I deal with on a regular basis. And I've had jobs, numerous jobs, find reasons to let me go, because once they find out I'm autistic, I always feel like I'm doing something wrong. If I do something wrong, I apologize like 50 times for that one particular incident.
Right.
And I know exactly how these people feel.
Tom,
I have Asperger's. My diagnosis is Asperger's.
Okay.
It's on a spectrum, but I'm high functioning.
Gotcha.
Tom, can I ask a question? Do you believe it's you believing that's what they are feeling, or do you say that you are actually being treated that way a lot by the people that you've worked with?
It's people that I work with. I'm not going to say the name of a company, but the job that I worked at recently, there were some things that were going down, and I said something about it.
Okay.
And then they stopped scheduling me.
All right. Well, so you think of the list that we read, you think that as far as the imposter syndrome goes, that you have a bit of that?
I do, because it's rather if it's at home or if it's at work, I try to not be myself.
Right.
But it's so hard to not try to be myself that I wind up being myself, and it affects everything else.
I hear you. I completely hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's it's got to be different. Are you in a better place now?
I am. I'm doing my own thing. You know what I mean? But I mean, what I'm doing now, nobody bothers me. I don't really deal with anybody. I just go out, do my own thing, and I'm done.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
I'm doing. Again, I'm not going to say the name of the company because I know people listen. But it's just one of those things to where it's like people don't know how to treat people and understand people in this world, and that's what I'm getting at. I'm one of the, I don't like going a lot of places because
Well, you can.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve. I know exactly what you're talking about. Of a family member, it's the same way. And if you notice someone who happens to be socially awkward, and maybe you're around them regularly, and it makes you feel a little bit uncomfortable, you maybe consider that person, that's just the way they are.
Yeah.
And that they don't need to be treated any differently, but they also don't need to be treated poorly or anything like that because of their awkwardness, as we might categorize that for those who might not be on the spectrum. So consider that. If there's somebody in your place of work and they're always just like, for whatever reason, they've got that thing about them that's strange to you, it might be they might have a spectrum diagnosis. Yeah. And that's just the way they are, and just consider that, And,
And I can point that out. I can point that out. Like, I can see it, and I can tell. Like, I've talked to parents that, that like see kids flipping out in the store, and I say, I understand. I can, is he, he or she autistic? And they say yes. And how'd you know? I said, because I'm on the spectrum myself.
Right.
Many years ago, I was one of those people that I denied it. It's like I didn't want people knowing, because at the end of the day, people started treating me differently. But then I started thinking, it's like, wait a minute, this is me. This is how I was made.
Yeah.
There's nothing that I can do to change the fact that I'm like this.
Right.
I just got to live with it, and do my own thing.
No,
I got two little kids, and I honestly believe my kids are on the spectrum. But at the end of the day, they're still my kids. I still love them. I'm not going to treat them any differently.
Yeah.
I'm going to treat them the way that the world's going to want them to be treated at the end of the day. Because if I treat them differently, they're going to expect that by everybody else.
Well, Tom, it sounds like you have a very healthy attitude about this. So, I'm glad to hear you're doing better too. That's very good.
But, I just wanted to chime in. I know what I was saying wasn't like exactly on your cue, but
no, that's cool. We appreciate it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want people to understand that, when people see people, don't treat them differently. They might have something else going on in their life that's causing these issues.
I've had that, many times in my life where I thought somebody was some way, and then I later, one case in particular, there was a guy I thought was just an absolute jackass, and I'd go out and see him on the hiking trail, and little did I know that at that point in time, his wife was dying of cancer. Did not know. And then when it's, sometimes you turn it a little bit and you see something else that you weren't seeing. So,
yeah.
Oh yeah, trust me. We all been through that. I mean, I've been through that several times. I mean, no matter how hard you get hit, you just got to get up and keep going forward.
Absolutely,
right.
Tom.
Well, you do that, Tom. Yeah. Thanks for the call, bud. We appreciate it.
That ain't you.
Right,
that ain't
care.
You. Rocky said it.
Yeah.
Hey, you.
You're better than that.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah. All right. But I thought it was interesting, and imposter syndrome is legit. And if you need to talk to somebody, then reach out. One of our clients is BetterHelp. You can go to betterhelp.com/WMMR.
They say can lead to pasta syndrome, which is
much more delightful.
Very delightful.
That's a good. That is a good syndrome to have. All right, let's take a break because we have a guest coming up. Steve Byrne's going to be joining us in just a little bit, so make sure you stay close. We will not be gone long. Back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR presents Preston and Steve.
And then a young therapist came into his life. Hi, I'm Kathy Romano. We're going to change that P to a T.
Simple as that.
And then his life turned around.
I'm the head of a Fortune 500 company. And I can do the saber dance.
That morning show's not making fun of me anymore.
Oh, man.
So the Kardashians won big as well last night, and they had a weird speech. They were trying to thank firefighters and stuff, and they actually made their win a tribute to the firefighters. And listen, see if you can hash this out. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
It's been a really rough week in our home in Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and our neighbors in Thousand Oaks and Malibu. Our hearts are broken from the horrific shootings and those who have lost their lives and homes, as well as the hundreds of thousands of us that have been evacuated from the devastating fires that are currently burning. So thank you so much to all of the people that have voted for us. This is such an honor.
Did you make that leap there? Did you make that leap?
Okay.
There's a lot of fire out there, but thank you for voting for us.
Are they dedicating the award?
It gets to that at the end, yeah.
All right.
I'd like to dedicate this win to all of the firefighters, the law enforcement, and the first responders.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
I'd like to thank the people what put out the fires.
Like, it just doesn't seem very genuine ever when it comes from them.
You can see the guys who are really, eating smoke and battling flames up. I got great news, guys! Kardashian was dedicated to us!
Like, I get to see them sitting around, like, when we win, we should, like, dedicate to somebody so it makes us look good.
Listen, I want to tell everyone up there on the mountain, you guys are doing a great job. The Kardashians just donated their win to you on a field choice award. I just want to carry that into the fire with you.
That's the chief going on the radio to tell all the guys.
Attention everyone, Kardashians just donated their win on the People's Choice Awards to you. So I hope that inspires you to go marching into those flames and that super heat and that whipped up wind. No word on Little Women LA yet.
Yeah. No. During the final night of the Experience and Innocence tour in Berlin, Bono made a comment that has fans fearing that this is the end of the iconic band. He said, "We've been on the road for quite some time, just going on 40 years, and this last 4 years have been really something very special for us. We're going away now." So that led people to think that maybe the band is done.
Doesn't mean that the band is breaking up or that we're going away or stopping performing. We're just taking a well-deserved trip to the Great Wolf Lodge. Where parents can drink while their kids ride down water slides.
It is amazing there.
It is amazing. Kathy says it's amazing too.
Yeah. Well, none of the kids would recognize you two, so they could be pretty, they could be in obscurity for a moment.
You can literally drink in the pools there.
You can literally drink in the pool and piss in the pool at the same time. If it's so chlorinated, it doesn't make a difference. I took a full level bowel movement and no one could tell because the water was so chlorinated, it just ate it right up. All the fecal matter dispersed.
Okay.
I don't know.
What's that?
That's, no.
Oh, you did it as well, Kathy?
No, that's
You dropped a bomb in the pool? You popped a landmine out?
That's not.
You put a depth charge in the deep end?
A full level bowel movement.
And no one was the wiser. Even the edge was standing right next to me. He was totally enveloped in my poop cloud and had no idea.
No idea.
That's a quality pool there.
Yeah,
I think most people, upon moving into a house, remove all the demonic paintings. It's part of the deal. A lot of people will change the pentagram carpet for maybe like a light shag.
We had our house built. I like the fact that we're the very first people to own the home.
But are you?
Because
on an Indian graveyard, right? That's where you.
They didn't remove the graves.
You know what? We had to blast to actually get to pour the foundation. So I'm pretty certain there was nothing below.
So it
where
was a lot of fun.
So what's that?
It was a blast.
It was a blast.
Yes, where you saw bones flying and pieces of coffin.
But I like the fact that when we're done and gone, or when we eventually decide to move on, that that was we made that. We had a say in how that thing was put together. And
didn't hear was where the owner was caught pleasuring himself by his wife, unaware that the light from his laptop was obscuring his vision. Follow me into the observatory.
I was wearing headphones too. I didn't hear her come in. Kathy shakes her head.
Headphone, like you were all in.
Oh, hey, you can't do that half-ass, man.
No.
Clearly.
You gotta go all in.
He was vigorously providing himself with pleasure. His wife called out to him, but he could not hear because he was listening to his headphones. And here is the pool table where pool is seldom played, but clothing is for.
My daughter and I played pool the other night.
Oh, there you go.
All right. First time in a while. She asked me to, but yes, it's become a laundry table. Oh, my God. Yeah, what are the other wonderful things? What are the other...
As they lead the tour.
Horrible things that have happened.
No one stays in this house after night.
The dining room where no one eats, they drink, right? Isn't there a bar in there?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, let's not forget the old house with the haunted litter box.
It was on a rainy night when the owner awoke from many hours of drinking and raised a shotgun to the automatic kitty litter cleaner, yelling out, "I want to see you."
I've got a gun.
I've got a gun.
I gave him 10 seconds to get out of the house. Which I thought was,
We should all design haunted tours of our current houses. Dumb crap.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
My brother thinks my house is haunted. He's said that since the day we've moved in. He said there's somebody that lives here with you.
Wait, your country house?
Yeah, my
Really?
current house. Yeah, since the day that my brother lived
You're the
with me
first owners.
for a little while, and he said he's like I hear them. He goes they walk around.
Wait. Did you have the house built?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the first owner.
We are the first owner. There was a house.
This place is too clean.
No, but Preston, there was a house there that was knocked down.
Okay.
And actually, the man who has since passed away, he was a wonderful man, lived across the street from
I
me.
hope you rot in hell.
No, well, he did the masonry work on the house. And he told me one time, he goes, yeah, when they were tearing down that house, he goes, I sat outside and watched. He goes, I did, all of that work on the house. And I was like, oh my God,
man.
I'm so sorry.
And now it's haunted by Slender Man theme.
Yeah, so it's...
Slender Manthe.
I mean, I think it's just the house settling, but my brother thinks it's haunted.
These jeans?
Slender Manthe.
Do these jeans make me look hippie?
Big J.O.
Yes.
That's right, everyone. I'm here. I'm not Miss August or December.
No.
I don't know, Kathy. Any of that traffic, did it seem like something that would have kept Miss December out of here?
Yes, I think so.
I don't know where she was coming from.
Hey,
Did any of that traffic add up?
Were you here one time before when we rolled out the calendar?
He was.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
was
we
here for a
were.
calendar. I was here for Philadelphia's hottest trans.
Really?
Yeah.
right. You
Did
sure
we do
were.
that? I totally forgot.
Yeah, Philadelphia's sexiest lady boy.
You guys met, right? You guys got to hang out after.
So I've never seen more women in a room and not a pube for miles. I can guarantee it.
There was a weird situation we had you in, right?
It was his friend.
Yes,
Yeah, it ended up being a weird situation for my friend.
But stories to tell your children.
Yeah. I mean, we all found at the same time, and I don't remember what time it was, but it was definitely too late.
That's awesome.
I noticed that, and I said it to you right away, you look like you've lost some more weight. And is it a bigger guy who has lost weight? Do you get tired of hearing that?
No, not at all.
Good.
I'll take it. I tried so hard. Yeah, I did. Every time I do a television thing, I'm like, well, this is probably the last time they're going to let me on television. So I should try to get one where I... it's already bad enough I do comedy sitting on a stool. So every time when I did my hour special on Comedy Central, I had already lost a bunch of weight to get to that size. And then sitting on a stool, every time they film you, you're like, this camera guy hates me. This guy doesn't like me at all. Is that a pile of tires sitting on? So I knew for the Netflix special, I knew that I was going to be sitting again. So I tried again to lose weight. And then, I didn't lose that much, but then I also learned how to sit with my back arched.
There you go.
Oh, you're doing all the cheats. Yeah.
And I covered my nipples with suds. I guess some people stole my idea. That's cool. That's all right. I said everyone jump in.
It's funny because and it happens. This is why we're on radio. I mean, Kathy and Marissa obviously are they're pleasant to look at, but we are not. And when we ever do any TV or anything, I'm like, dear God, do we look horrific? And people say, there's a different angle. There's some people who've had actors and actresses come in here. They know their angle. They know, what's the best way for them to be their side.
Yeah.
I'm like, really? I
think if you ask those things, it makes me feel like I'm admitting too much bad about myself.
Yeah,
so I'm like, Donna, can you not film me from, I don't know, obviously sideways and from the floor, please?
What we've been talking about news-wise, you familiar with this scam that took place, this GoFundMe?
Oh, yeah.
So they came by.
Never try to help one bum.
They came by last year. They came by our Camp Out for Hunger right after that story broke, and we interviewed all three of them on the air. And we got word of this yesterday that the three of them were in on this together.
In cahoots.
Oh my
All of them in
God.
cahoots, and then the one who wasn't getting enough money, the guy who was the homeless guy, he goes to take them to court.
Yeah.
And that's
Tries
how
to sue him.
it
To
goes
sue
to
him
sue
for not giving him his part of the scam.
Yes! Of the stolen money.
Never help one bum. You ever try to give a homeless guy food? They look at you like you're handing them a bag of someone's dump. It's really, they're like, what am I going to do with this? Like, you're like, eat it. It's hot. It's food. And they're like, I don't, like, keep it, like, what? They're so baffled by it. Do a GoFundMe for like an overall like shelter or something. Like, to give it to,
there you go.
I've never seen that work out good where you help one person.
With everything else going on, the show and everything, what's coming up for you? It's been a while since we've seen you.
Yeah, pretty much just the radio show's been doing great on Sirius XM, so pumping that out in the podcasts.
By the way, Dan, it was they were interviewing for something. They sent it over to us, and he was very complimentary about the show. You guys are always very complimentary when you're on other shows. We appreciate it. Getting the word out.
Oh yeah, for you guys. Yeah, you guys are. I always think it's the coolest thing. The best nod you guys get is Joe Rogan, who needs no press anywhere he goes, always like shouts you guys and still gives you guys the
It's
nod.
awesome.
That's pretty
It means the world to us.
I mean, I don't know if you saw Opie from Opie and Anthony sent like cut a wrestling promo for him not doing his show. Did you see that on the street?
No.
Oh, it's very uncomfortable.
Oh. You know, it never understood those dynamics. It was never anything that we got involved with. You just try to do the best. It's like what you do. You just do
your show.
Do your show.
We tried to start a radio war with Bob and Tom, but then they disbanded.
That's a shame.
Bob and Tom. You for the Bob and Tom have been around for a long time. They used to be around for a long time.
WMMR.
Thanks, Cass. Well, our next guest is ripping the lid off of the Comedy World format.
That's
with
for
his
sure.
Certain special. That's what
Redefining it.
That's his most recent special. Do you want me to read the description?
I would.
Steve bucks the traditional stand-up special by delivering a 60-minute set from his own late-night talk show. He moves flawlessly from a monologue of topical one-liners to storytelling at the desk and rounds it out with a stand-up set, tying it all together. All the while, exploring the boundaries of jokes and comedy in these socially sensitive times.
I mean, what more do you need?
You don't need anything
Honestly,
more than that.
it makes me actually hate Avatar.
Yeah. Wait, what?
It's not supposed to do that.
Yeah. And because this is clearly where you want to go.
All right, Amazon Prime. We love him. He's one of our
Yes.
favorite guests, Mr. Steve Burns.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Joining us via Zoom. How you doing, Steve?
Good. The whole purpose of this new hour special is to take down James Cameron. So I'm glad it worked. Not many people read the tea leaves. but-
Well, you were ahead of the curve. You said, we were just talking about imposter syndrome in the break before this, and you said, this guy is a loser.
That's right. Look, in terms of imposter syndrome, I consider myself the Asian Elon Musk. So I'm very on board with that.
Yes, we've often said that.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you're the Asian.
It's like
Musk.
Seth MacFarlane, Elon Musk, and Kevin Spacey had a half Asian baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve, we're talking to you via Zoom. I have something that you have on your wall. I have it at home. It's on my bathroom door. It is the Abbey Road Studios sign right behind you. Obviously you've been there. That's where I got that.
I've been there. Yeah, I actually I did the crosswalk.
Yes.
I laid down in the middle of the crosswalk and did a little casual pose that I do on my Instagram. But yeah, amazing, absolutely amazing to be there.
That is a busy street, mind you, sir, because my wife and I have a photo of us doing I took my shoes off to play the part of Paul. But like the Londoners were like, get the hell out of our way.
We hate you.
Yeah.
We hate every one of you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you don't realize how Ringo felt until you try to take that picture.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Well, listen, I read the the description of your special, and it's I was having some fun with that. But so you're doing this in like a talk show form? I haven't seen it yet, Steve.
Yeah, basically, it's all the late night, all the hour specials these days are the same. It's just somebody pontificating in front of a curtain for 60 minutes, and not all of it's tethered together. It's just random thoughts for the most part. I just thought somebody should do something different. So I just put it on the set of a late night talk show. And if you think about a late night talk show, it's three styles of writing. You have topical one-liners, that's your monologue. So I do that for 20 minutes. You have panel, which is storytelling. You sit at the desk, you talk to Jimmy or Colbert. That's another 20 minutes. Then you have traditional stand-up that's done at the very end. So 2, 4, 6, all done under an hour. So you turn this thing on. It's on Amazon Prime called The Last Late Night. And basically, the opening credits are like a late night talk show. There's a band there that's like a late night talk show. And we even have commercial breaks that is in place of my crowd work. So we break it all up, and it feels like you're literally watching a late night talk show, but it's just sneakily done under a creative, different way of doing an hour special.
No, I really appreciate this approach. And let me ask you, if one in a position of power were to say, wow, that Steve Byrne really knows how to implement a late night talk show. Is that something I assume you've considered as a potential residual side effect of this?
Well, I never did it with that intention, but I will tell you that, the late night talk show is dying in front of us.
It is.
Whether we admit it or not, it's an antiquated form of entertainment. The variety show saw its death in the 80s, tried to revitalize it. And I think the late night talk show used to be a place where you tune in to see your favorite stars, break out a little bit and show some personality. And nowadays, they're on TikTok or Instagram or Twitter. So the fascination's kind of gone. And with streamers and everything else, I just thought that's why it's called The Last Late Night. It's a way to pay homage to the format of a talk show, but also to who did it best. Carson, if you look at the desk on the set, all of Carson's accoutrements are on our desk, replicas, the mug with the white pencils, the cigarette lighter, the cigarette box. They were all there.
I remember. So how important that show was to be. Any of the late night shows, Letterman, any of them. They were all that oasis where you would go to see stuff that you wouldn't see at any other time. You talk about that cigarette box that Carson had. I remember when Don Rickles broke it when he was guest hosting, and Carson went over to hit the set of CPO Sharky, which was recording in the same. I mean,
that's right.
That stuff was great. Do you believe? We were talking earlier about Graham Norton does the old style paneling. His show is bringing everyone out and they just talk. If you were presented with the option of taking a swing at a late night talk show yourself, would you go for it, or do you believe it's just too after the fact at this point?
No, I mean, of course, any comic dreams I've had in a sitcom of being the host of a late night talk show or something like that. Of course, I would do it. And even like the monologue jokes, again, like people think, oh, you're just a comedian, just go be funny. It's like go roast that person or go improv. It's like these are all different muscles. So even monologue jokes, that's a muscle that I had to learn, and a style of writing I had to learn. So I really enjoyed it. And so now getting to tell jokes like, I was just in California. A California man was arrested for possession of 8 pounds of heroin in a plastic bag, and he was convicted on felony possession of a plastic bag. So getting to learn how to write and deliver jokes like that is a different kind of muscle. I was watching so much Carson. I was delivering my jokes like Carson. I was like, I got to stop watching these clips.
Well, what was great is, and people would dismiss, or at least some of the comedians would dismiss Carson. Carson would edit that. He would, and a number of the writers, you had like Pat, I forget his main comedy writer, was with him for years. He was in the Smokey and the Bandit movies as well. But anyway. He would work the jokes as well. He would rework them, and he had his style. But you're right; it's very different than the stand-up comedian you would see later in that episode of the Tonight Show. It's two different types of comedy, and it's very cool that you're doing it this way. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I think also too, the one thing I hear about people when they watch stand-up specials is like, look, take somebody like Anthony Jeselnik, right, who I really respect. He's a guy that once you start watching within 15 or 20 minutes, you can almost smell the joke coming. It's like set up, punch, set up, punch. So with this, you're never getting a chance to be bored. It really is 4 different styles with the crowd work in it. So by the time you're kind of feeling like, all right, I kind of get this now.
Right.
We're moving on to the next.
Yeah.
You look good in a tux, by the way, man. Did you get your body ready for that?
Oh, yeah, guys, let me tell you about my body. Okay? I got the body of a 12-year-old Vietnamese girl with a beer gut. So, yeah, I really got it ready. It's funny because Sebastian Maniscalco has a Netflix special, and he's performing in a tux, and then I am, and both of us have a gold curtain. Mine was in homage to Carson. I think he was doing it because he's at the Win, and they could afford an actual whole gold carpet.
Yeah, right.
So, I think there's a little competition who wore it better. And,
nice.
it doesn't matter who wore it better. I'll tell you, his paycheck was a lot bigger than mine.
Well,
I drive a Saturn, guys.
You've always been a big fan of Dean Martin. You're a fan of the Rat Pack, right?
Huge Dean Martin fan. That's why I wore the tux. Even like in the different 3 acts, I wear a tux at the very beginning in homage to Dean Martin. The panel, I loosened it up, and then traditional stand-up, I put on a tie. So even like costume changes, there was awareness.
Steve, it's funny to see old pictures of people going into Las Vegas, shows, going in dressed up, dressed to the nines, like suits and jacket, all of that stuff.
You should see people at football games back in the 60s and 70s. They wore like suits to like the Eagles game. God, we're a bunch of scumbags these days, aren't we?
Yeah, people did get dressed up back in the day, and I think that was part of like, dressing up a little bit for something like this to just show just a little bit of class.
Yeah. Was reading that Joe Gatto of Impractical Jokers is the director. I know you guys do a podcast together. This whole idea cooked up between the two of you, this format?
No, when I came up with the format, look, everybody said no. Even the streamers. For 5 years, people basically were like, no, nobody's interested. I believed in it, and finally, when it came to fruition, Joe and I were doing this together. I don't think what people realize when Joe does Impractical Jokers, he's not just like a guy doing these challenges. Like, he's in the edit bay. He's working on camera positions. He's orchestrating a lot of that stuff. He's the first to show up, the last to leave. One of those guys. And when I needed a director, it's not just a standard, put 7 cameras on pegs and just hit record. It's like there was a lot of creative decisions. So Joe was fantastic. And I think what people don't realize, even when you go out with Joe and you go to lunch with that guy, he's doing all those things he does on the show all the time. There's no cameras. He's not getting paid. And if there's like 8 stanchions, like you go to the movie theater or the bank and they're all corralling you to go to the line, he will literally just walk through all of them.
Yeah.
And like he's crossing a marathon. And people are like, what is he doing? And then he'll get wrapped up in it and trip and fall. And he'll pretend like, oh my God, I didn't see that. You're like, Joe, there's no one. Why are you doing this? It's me and you and like 4 employees, but he's constantly doing it.
Well, you've directed movies. You're no slouch when it comes to that sort of stuff as well. And you did the sitcom. Obviously, you know this stuff. I mean, out of them all, and you're still obviously stand-up is still the thing that got you to the dance. Which if you had to make a career direction and stick to it right now, where would you go?
Morning radio.
Yeah.
I'm targeting Philadelphia. I have imposter syndrome again, guys.
Now that you've heard about our imposter syndrome, you're going to take advantage of it. Yeah.
I'm going to shave my head and just spend all my money on sideshow collectibles. That's what I'm going to end up doing.
Hey, wait a second.
But I have done a little bit of everything, and most people don't know this, but coming out of pandemic, I had to take jobs I normally wouldn't take. I hate to admit this, but I was in my first porn back in Los Angeles. I played husband that goes to work. There it is. There it is.
The guy who gets that could be the plum roll in a lot of
yeah.
Do you have a band, by the way?
I do have a band on the show. Neil Kane, who's basically played with Harry Connick Jr. the last 20 years.
Wow.
They formed a trio. So he poached guys from Harry's band. So they were there slumming it, doing it with me. And they were very interactive during the monologue. And that was something I told them, Jay Leno, Kevin Eubanks, Carson and Doc Severinsen, Letterman and Paul Schaefer. I said, jump in here, have fun. And they took me to task. And the monologue jokes are structured to go up and down in ebbs and flows, because there are jokes in there that are designed to make you cringe and slow down momentum. Because my favorite part about doing watching Carson's monologue is when the jokes bombed, when they didn't go well, and he's pulling down the boom mic and tapping on it. There's real reactions to it.
He was the master. That whole I love that. And there's just hours of him. And he would take and could take, because we're so used to this 2-second cut. He would milk the hell out of those situations, and it got progressively more hilarious the longer it went. So I love that. That's cool that you're sort of paying homage to that as well.
Yeah, all of it. I mean, I really did do the homework on this thing. I had 5 years again to do it, and it's just it's a great way to pay homage to the aesthetic, not only the aesthetic, but the art form of the late night talk show. So if you're a big fan of those things, if you're a big fan of even going back to Carson or Letterman, who's one of my favorites, there's all nods to this. And even Dean Martin, when you said Dean Martin earlier, my intro is, ladies and gentlemen, direct from the bar. And that was Dean Martin's classic intro in Vegas.
I used to love the Dean Martin variety. That show, he'd have the Gold Diggers, and he'd have Dom DeLuise, and he'd have like a lot of people don't remember it. And Dean Martin is a singular talent. He also had it in his contract that he would never rehearse. He would just hit the set, and it would all be cue cards, and that would be that. And that was actually the charm of watching him conduct a show like that.
Yeah, I think he knew the bones of it. But I read Greg Garrison's book on. He was the producer with Dean Martin all those years and through the roasts, and basically that was what kept the impulsive improv nature to the show so alive, and there was always a spark. And so a lot of the biggest laughs were the flubs or the because all the guest stars were there and they would rehearse.
Yeah.
But Dean didn't. So you see a lot of mistakes on that show that made the show.
I love that stuff. I'm very looking forward to this then, that you're capturing all that stuff, because I think it's due a nod.
And Steve, did you do was this a one shot, one show, or did you do a couple of them and put it together?
We did 2 tapings.
Okay.
And I'm a warts and all kind of guy. So when mistakes happen, when flubs happen, I happy accidents, I keep them in all the time.
Cool.
Are you kind of bummed that that you just did the 2 shows and now that this format is gone, or would you like to, if this is successful, try and do? I know you don't want to do the same bit twice, but maybe follow a similar format again sometime.
It took so long to do this one, but I'll probably have to gear up and do another hour special very shortly. And if I did another one, I'd probably do this format again. I just really enjoyed it. It's so darn fun. And again, it's so different. And some of the best compliments I've gotten are from some of my fellow comedians. And that's always a big testament. So cool. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
If only you had a large company associated with this project that could turn it into some sort of series.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it seems like an obvious, because a lot of people I've seen, people who are critics of television in general, there's been sort of a stagnant sort of feel to. You would get so much that'd be, last night on Carson or last night on Letterman or Conan. You don't get that anymore.
Well, I think a big part of the problem is that take a lot of the political satire shows, take a lot of the late night talk shows. They all lean left. All of them lean left, right? And they hit hard on the right, and sometimes with a little more violent vitriol than even I would like as a comedian. Yeah. So one of the big things I tried to do was really stay center and hit the left as hard as I hit the right. The issue is that a lot of the young executives that oversee these streamers, like where this is broadcasting from or streaming from right now, they took to task a lot of the things that lean a little more right. And so a lot of the jokes that got truncated, I've been posting on my social media saying, here's the jokes that got banned. And it doesn't take long to read the tea leaves and understand why.
Did you have a lot of people over, giving you notes, or for the most part, did they let you do what you do?
Well, when you film it, you do what you do. But when you turn it in, that's when I got all the notes back. And it's like, these are gone. And if you want to keep them in, you got to find a new home, is kind of what, it wasn't officially said to me that way, but that's what was communicated. And then when you look at all the jokes that got banned, it's like, there seems to be a recurring theme here, guys. You didn't have a problem with the other ones. Yeah. And that was the whole point, was to stay, politically centered.
Well, Well, let me ask you also, you're friends with Peter Billingsley, and I know you know Vince Vaughn as well, who produced the A Christmas Story Christmas.
Sure.
You couldn't work your way into in that. I mean, that's...
Well, I told him, look, if you do if the dinner gets ruined by the bumpuses and you need a few Asians at the end to sing rah 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 rah,
oh my God,
you know who to call, guys.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Well, I've been waiting to see it. I'm going to wait till Christmas Eve, and I'm going to watch that.
Right.
But, I am looking.
I think they did a great job with that, because it does pay homage to the old one, but it carves its own identity. And look, when they first told me about it, I was one of the first to go, I don't know, you don't want to tamper with a classic. But I think, when it's such a tall task, but when you do it, I think they pulled it off.
They did. They absolutely did.
All right. Well, listen, we want to point people in the direction of Amazon Prime. That's where you can find the Late Night with Steve Byrne comedy special, which is available now. So make sure that you do go check that out, dude. Great to hear from you, Steve. We hope you have a great holiday. And as always, good to talk to you, my man.
Thank you guys so much. Happy holidays and Happy New Year to you guys. Lots of love.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Steve Byrne. And it's called The Last Late Night with Steve Byrne, which is really cool. Excellent. Speaking of Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and all that stuff, I saw this thing that Steve sent over to me.
Are you the seer?
No, I'm not the seer. I'm just Preston today. I
keep trying.
Rare first edition of sheet music of Jingle Bells.
Oh, wow.
Is expected to sell for over $10,000 at auction.
To be honest, when I saw the price that it was going for, I thought that seems like a kind of a bargain.
The 8-page document published in 1859.
Oh, I was 4.
Been unearthed 162 years after it was written, having belonged to a private collector for decades. Originally, there was no mention of the festive season in the song, written by James Pierpont, who called it the one-horse open sleigh, associated with the practice of sleigh riding in North America. In fact, by the way, there's no mention of Christmas at all in the song.
They mentioned Kwanzaa.
I printed up the lyrics. No, I don't think you're reading a different.
Came later.
That's different. But yeah, so when he added a drawing of sleigh bells. To the cover of the sheet music around the new title that it's now known by, it became associated with Christmas. But technically, there's really no Christmas.
Read through the lyrics. There's no mention of anything.
I printed them up.
Yeah.
By the way, so I'll read them.
Yes.
Dashing through the snow. Yeah, okay.
In a
one-horse open
sleigh.
sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. And then it goes through the chorus, jingle bells, jingle all the way, blah, blah, blah. You know that.
Yeah.
And by the way, so there are other verses.
Right.
If you did not know. And so it goes, the second verse is... and
Sucking on a chili dog?
No, it's not sucking on a chili dog. It goes, and soon Miss Fanny Bright was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lank. Misfortune seemed his lot. He got into a drifted bank, and we got upsot. Oh, jingle bells, jingle bells.
Hold on. Is that, do they sing that in the songs that we listen to?
And soon Miss Fanny Bright was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lank. Misfortune seemed his lot.
I waxed that asshole.
Got into a drifted bank. He got into a drifted bank. And we got upside. What the hell? That doesn't even fit.
It's what you call old-timey talk, Preston.
And then it goes on. It goes through the chorus again, and then the third verse says, "Now the ground is white. Go it while you're young. Take the girls tonight and sing this sleighing song. Just get a bobtail bay, 240 for his speed.
I don't know what any of this.
Then hitch him to an open sleigh and crack, you'll take the lead."
You could be reading from a medical journal. I wouldn't even.
Do we just sing the other verse
I think
over
we
and
sing
over
the
again?
ones
Is that
Brett, see if we have Jingle Bells by, who's the band?
9 Inch Nails?
I have Brian Setzer. I have Gary Hoey.
No, the current band. The lead singer, British. We love him. Really.
Struts?
Played the Struts. Thank you. You got it from that. I appreciate that because I never would have got it. But they do a version of Jingle Bells which sings multiple verses.
Really?
Yeah,
Same as the verses?
Really? So, yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting.
It's funny when you actually go into some of the lyrics of these things that seem so benign. You know,
dude, I'll give you an example right now. And I was thinking of this because of Deck the Halls with Boughs of Holly, which, by the way, I'm wondering how many people think it's Deck the Halls with Balls of Holly.
I'm sure a lot
Instead
do.
of a
Yeah.
bow
Well, I
of
remember
holly.
the what do you call it? Little Rascals Christmas. Alfalfa said "booges of holly."
Booges. So, yeah, because I think Rochelle one time didn't know what bough meant. And I'm
Right.
like a bough is like a branch.
Yep.
It's spelled
I
Bough.
feel like that's something everyone knows now. Like they've cleared that up.
Oh, I don't know. But
There's
anyhow,
a small community in Alaska where they
the
still
one I was going to mention
Where the
was
cows are.
no, you guys are
I'm
messing me up
sorry.
here.
It was
We're
the
just talking
wild
about cows in
cows.
Africa.
Yeah.
What's the nursery or the
Ring Around the Rosie.
Nope, the not nursery rhyme, but the
Rockabye Baby.
Rockabye Baby. Thank you. Yeah, thank
I
God
knew
you
it.
guys are
When the
picking up.
bow breaks,
Yeah.
Great.
So listen,
Break. Yeah.
That's sloth, if you remember.
uncanny. So it's Rockabye Baby in the treetops. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks,
The branch.
the cradle will fall, and down will come baby. So there's a kid in a tree
Yeah.
in their crib. The wind blows, knocks the whole thing up. The kid's dead on the ground.
My baby's dead! He's dead! Why do we put him in the tree?
Why?
It's like a nighttime.
Ask
go to
Sloth.
sleep.
Why?
When the bough breaks, Sloth.
Yeah.
How does it go? How does it go?
He's like, wait, break, fall, Ma, you've been bad. Remember that?
They dropped him on his head.
Yes, that's it.
Several times.
Is that what caused his?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
I did not know that he was actually brutalized as a baby.
The mom admits. She goes, well, I only dropped you a couple times. Or I only dropped her once. Only a couple of times.
It makes this a much more horrifying movie.
She beat the hell out of him.
Oh,
That's how he ended up with that
he should have strangled her to death.
bizarre misshapen head. Somebody here texted and thought that Boughs of Holly was, I thought it was Bose and Holly.
Okay.
What?
That's another one.
Bose, the audio company?
No, like a bow.
Oh,
like
okay.
a bow
holiday
you would
bow.
tie.
Yeah.
But a bough is a branch. So Boughs of Holly. What the hell is this?
Techno jingle bells?
Here we go.
Dubstep.
Oh, there it is.
As if you're doing meth. Are they lyrics?
No. Okay.
I'm thinking about Sloth now.
Do you guys have
Oh,
favorites?
he was beaten.
Yeah, he was beaten. I mean, as
that's
a
not good.
baby.
No, that was abuse.
Go beat up the baby.
Do we have a favorite what?
Christmas Carol, Christmas song. Not a favorite version, but a favorite actual song.
All of them.
Kath, I was listening to Bing Crosby.
White Christmas?
The whole album.
It's great.
It is
one of the classics.
To me, that is quintessential Christmas for me, and that's what I was listening
And
to.
his
all
cover of
weekend.
Why Don't We Do It in the Road is excellent. Why don't we do it?
I like I'll Be Home for Christmas.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Kind of gets me in the feels.
Yeah.
A little bit.
How about, do you like a more traditional?
I do. I mean, just as far, when I was growing up on Thanksgiving night, we listened to Bing Crosby White Christmas
Right.
as we were eating our Thanksgiving meal. And so for me, that is
You have a fine memory of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
absolutely.
doubt.
Do we have a version of Jingle Bells? I need to hear these other verses.
Well, we're working on
Or
the,
how, and also
structure.
how you would phrase them, because as you rightly pointed out, Preston, they're incredibly clunky lyrics.
Yeah.
To fit in that melody.
Yeah.
I have
Especially the part about beating Sloth as a baby.
Yeah. Kath, I have a whole bunch of different. I have so many different versions of this song, but probably.
But none of them work.
Well, I mean, do you want to listen to this one? Wait, I'm sorry. Oh my God, this stupid system.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait. Is that Bing Crosby?
I don't think that's Bing Crosby.
No.
Then we have Jingle Bells sung in
Tony Bennett.
in a gas mask.
Go ahead.
No, I don't know what that one
It
is.
says Jingle Bells Nick.
I don't know what that is.
What is it? Let's find out. It says Nick intern. Oh, Nick Click. That's right.
It's the Nick Click.
Stop it.
I
did
like
stop it.
that.
A couple of people are texting in. It says we pull out Johnny Mathis and Nat King Cole.
That's good. Yeah, they're great.
Those are good ones
Chestnuts.
too.
Oh,
What?
it is the Bing Crosby Jingle Bells that I was listening to over the weekend, and he does it with the Andrews sisters.
Oh, there we
And what I was thinking about this, Steve, is that they were like thinking they were cool,
Yeah.
So at the time,
They were cool.
Whatever they were doing was
They were
cool.
Led Zeppelin at
We're
that
like,
time.
We're gonna sing off beat. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. And so like that little pause was like, I don't.
Why didn't you stop doing that? You throw me off.
That's him trying to be cool.
That's them trying to be cool, man.
I didn't have to bitch slap all in.
We do have the struts, by the way. We're ready to rock.
All right, here we go.
All right. By the way, oh, never mind.
You go ahead.
I was going to say, wasn't Bing Crosby, wasn't he like beating his kids on the.
Gary Crosby in his book talks
Yeah.
about, he used to call him Satchel Ass and beat him.
Satchel Ass?
Yeah.
The hell does that mean?
I don't
anyway?
know. I think it's something you say before you beat your kid.
I guess so, right? Wow. Okay. All right. So, yeah, let's hear if these other lyrics are in it. This is a cool version of this song.
I'm like, and I
It's
look
the
at
worst radio show I've ever done.
Really? Why?
They want you to do bits.
It's a yuck fest.
And I mean, and I was like, yeah, you don't want me to do bits. Like my bits are too. And they go, well, that's how it works here. I go, well, I'll leave. Like it's fine. And they go, we need you to do bits. I go, well, what do you want me to do? The one about this, you know? And I'm just saying like vile things.
Yeah.
I'm like, if you want to do bits, it's gonna be like I can't. I'm like a dirty comic.
it's going to be bad.
Hey, do the latest bit about your daughter. That.
Yeah. They got the things people, when the hate mail I've gotten for that Netflix special, like the things people have to write to like when someone has to cite the parts they don't like, it is so funny reading that.
Oh my God! Oh, that has to be worth it. It's a common form of conveyance, right?
Yeah.
It was like that it was SEPTA for them.
Let's listen to the last verse. Here we go.
Now the ground is wide.
Can you write that?
Does that bother you?
No, you know what's funny? I said it to someone. I ignore it all, but like the thing is, it doesn't bother me. It just I do still get an emotion like involuntary.
Okay.
When someone writes like this ruined my day, boycott Netflix and all these hashtags they'll start about it, and you're just like, I swear to you, the intention of this was just to make you laugh. Understanding it might make some people go, it's not my thing. But that's fine. But when someone's like, they have such like hatred for, and I say that what's funny is the complaint is always very personal.
Yeah.
Like I've done nothing personal. I've just made like a broad spectrum joke that somebody can twist to make it. He's talking about this, and
So we've had sometimes we're good. We don't get bombarded, but occasionally, like if someone will complain about something that I've done, I say, okay, but everyone has a personal thing that's their thing. You made fun of this, but did you laugh at this? But
I did point that out. I wrote back to one person, and I was like, I'm not going to write back to anything else.
Yeah.
But the person
if the person is thoughtful, you'll do it.
Well, the transgender joke was the one that caught some heat, which I saw coming. And then someone said something I made a joke
the
about.
Catskills. The whole thing with the blanket and the hot chocolate.
Was it cool?
It was wonderful.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, I mean, like a big, thick blanket, and then I had 2 prostitutes with me.
Wow.
No, it was I was a little kid, but it was fun. It was great,
There's a farm that does it. I think it's called
Prostitute Farm.
No, North Star.
Strangle
I think it's
Farms?
called. But that's like what they do during the holiday season.
Didn't Arisafa do that too?
They do. They actually have. They have
don't know
a.
if they do the sleigh.
They have a light display, and they have. I think you can do the sleigh, or something, or like a hay wagon, and they'll give you hot. And I may be speaking out of turn here, but I believe they do the hot chocolate and all that stuff.
I've done horse-driven carriages before, but never a sleigh.
Yeah.
Never that condition where you're out on the snow.
Well, it was the Catskills, and it was snowy like crazy, and it was wonderful.
That's got to be pretty cool. That's got to be fun. Unless it's so cold and you're like, this is not fun at all. I hate this.
I don't like this.
Get me out of here.
I want to punch a baby.
By the way, somebody texted in and said a satchel ass is like calling someone a fat ass.
Oh, okay. I guess it makes sense. A satchel, but like a pouch.
Yeah, I guess so. All right.
I did one of Kathy's activities this weekend.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know,
In
right? You're
Delaware?
surprised too. Yeah, down in Rehoboth. I went to Shelbyville. I don't get into Christmas until like 2 or 3 days
It's
before.
next to Shelbyville, isn't it?
right.
Nearby.
I did not know that.
I don't know. You guys were just asking about music, and I just can't hear like the traditional music. I'll take like the waitresses.
Right next to you.
You don't like the more traditional carols?
No, I want
Okay.
like the George Michael song, the
Last
Wham
Christmas.
song.
That's
yeah.
fine. I like those too.
Yeah,
I
I'll take
do.
those.
I do like the traditional, though. You know, I love the classic A Christmas Carol. I love the "O Come All Ye Faithful" and Ave Maria and the thong song.
Is Ave Maria a Christmas song?
It's played around Christmas, but
For
you know,
Mary.
they mentioned sloth.
What's that? The Latin one.
Oh come all ye faithful.
Oh, come all you faithful.
Yeah, but I like the Bing Crosby. He does it in Latin.
He does.
Yeah,
Pig Latin.
Yeah, he does that, and he does Melikliki Maka, and then he also does the Irish
that
one.
one.
Yeah.
What's the Irish one that he does?
Kiss My Royal Irish.
Kathy, you like the Melekilikiakum? That's a fun one too.
That's like
that
this
was
one.
your activity song, right?
Kathy's holiday activities.
Is that the music?
That's based on it.
Oh, that's the actual
Christmas cheer. It's this list.
How about Rockabye Baby?
Don't you remember when I used to sing to you? When you were little, my rock-a-bye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rise. When the bob breaks, the cradle will fall. Break! Fall! I only dropped you once. Or maybe twice.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna rip your goddamn head off. It's all coming back to me, you filthy whore. I hate you. I'm ripping your head off.
The Goonies takes an even darker turn.
You tortured me, you filthy fat whore.
Reaches in with his hand and pulls out her still beating heart.
Let's see what's in this pouch. We got some kidneys. Uterus, you never needed that. I'm going to eat your face.
Sloth, like that. It needed that moment for him to slap him back to complete sentience.
Yeah, he could speak after that.
Well, here's what happened. We had this whole pirate adventure, and I'll admit, I was a little slow and a little happy-go-lucky. But there was a sobering moment when my mother relayed to me how she treated me as a child, as an infant, and then it all came to... And I realized, I graduated MIT.
You've had a breakthrough.
Absolutely.
Let's congratulations.
Yes, thank you. Now if I can only get my eyes on the same side of my face.
Had no idea.
No, I didn't know that was part of his. That
Oh, yeah.
a lot of what he has. Which listen, he's lovable and wonderful. He's a great character, but that was associated with abuse.
Yeah, they beat him.
I don't like that.
All right. Well, anyhow, if you want to own the lyrics or the first edition, one of the first editions of Jingle Bells, it's only going to set you back about $10,000.
Don't you think that would be a little bit more?
I mean, these aren't the handwritten, manuscripts or anything like this. This is just a first edition print of it. There's only a couple that do exist. I mean, it's old. It's 160 some odd years old, so it's definitely worth it. But that's, 10 grand. I don't know.
It's a steal.
Anyhow. And I don't know who's auctioning that off. I was just looking for that. Oh, Oliver Ditson and Company of Boston. No, that's...
It's an company. Can I help you?
They published it originally, so I don't know who's...
Do you have any old documents that you have on that odor, like lyrics of a Rush song or the Beatles?
Nope. I have a first edition copy of the very first Sports Illustrated.
Oh, wow.
But that's it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I bought, so my wife's favorite book is Tree Grows in Brooklyn.
Great book.
So I bought her a first edition of that. for her birthday years ago.
May I ask how much something like that cost?
Well, here's the deal. It didn't have the dust cover on it, so it was a lot more affordable. But it was a few $100s.
Okay.
But if you get one with the dust cover, then you go into the thousands.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's funny how in the collectible realm that if something's been dog-eared or whatever or a little crease it can make a dramatic difference in its value.
I bought a edition of the John and Yoko cover of Rolling Stone, like the actual magazine. It has like the mailing address of the person.
Really?
who
How much
sold
did that
it.
run you?
Steve, I bought it when I was in high school, so I think it was maybe under $50. Probably that's how much I would have spent on something that long
I'd be curious
ago.
to see if that's appreciated.
Yeah, me too, actually, now that I think about it.
Actually, that song "Beautiful Boy" that John did, that was about sloth. A lot of people don't know that.
Come
Yep, it was.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of you guys. Excellent stuff. Abbey Road just slays me every time. And I didn't know that until my mother reminded me how she beat me as a baby. Isn't it funny?
People are pointing out they had him chained in the basement to a chair.
Yeah.
So they were
Thanks,
using
Mom.
him into adulthood.
I mean, speaking of which,
God.
the one Fratelli brother was in jail. So Ma Fratelli and the other one somehow they were able to overpower him. Maybe they drugged him. I don't know. I don't know the whole backstory.
Yeah. It seems like it's actually a dumb movie.
I forgot what the scene is when they realize that he's going to come after them, and the brothers do, and they were like, "We're in deep S now." I mean, like immediately,
He
was
rips
like,
his
"Oh my god!"
he rips his
yeah,
shit.
and the Superman underneath, they're like,
and he smashes their heads together, right?
Oh my god! It's
Right?
the best when that happens.
He conks their heads together, right?
Yeah, I
and
think
then there's
so.
like brains in his hands.
And he breaks the chains.
Yeah.
It's like,
He said, "Wait, he goes, we were gonna get your teeth fixed, and then we bought we spent it on-
Francis a hat. We bought his toupee.
I don't wear a hairpiece."
I wonder if they could. I wonder if they could redo that movie with the abilities they have now with CGI and not and retain the whatever that special something was that movie had. You know what I mean?
Well, supposedly Adam Goldberg of the Goldbergs is working on whether it is I believe it's a reboot or an homage in some way. That's one of his favorite. In fact, in the show, they did an entire of the Goldbergs. They did an entire Goonies episode.
Yeah. We're watching clips of the Goonies and Sloth and all that. All right, we do need to take a break, and we're going to do that now. And I'm going to give away some movie passes. We have Avatar: The Way of Water screening tomorrow night. UA King of Prussia. That means IMAX 3D, the most optimum viewing conditions that you could possibly get for this amazing visual display.
Yeah,
that is this movie. So. We'll take callers 13 and 14 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will put you on the list at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. There's a second chance to win. Text the word Avatar to 39333, and you might pick up tickets that way. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Bizarre File stories are up next. So, wait, is that what we're doing next? Yeah. Bizarre File. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Like a focused reason, not just like crazy abuse.
Yeah.
Again, it's like a joke. And someone wrote, as a victim of domestic abuse, it was like as a victim of domestic abuse, I don't think it's appalling you would make a joke about that. And when I wrote back, I was like, again, that has nothing to do with what my joke's about. And I was like, sorry that happened to you. But I was also like, isn't it interesting that you complain about that only, and like the other complaints I got were about this trans joke. And I go, and both of you only complained about the thing that affected you personally. You know what I mean?
Right.
They that person didn't go, and this, and then it's always like, it's just the one joke that hit them personally. And no one sees that before they start taking to the computer to be like, how can you say this one specific thing? And you're like, you got to either be mad at all of it or none of it.
Right.
Well, you're not out to hurt anybody. That's what gets missed.
That's the bummer. That's the bummer when people get upset.
You're trying to make people
my
laugh.
thing was to make you laugh.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Understanding that you might not laugh, but to have somebody go like, it's inspired you to go write like a 4-page letter to Netflix seems pretty like, it's awesome to some degree.
What kills me, Jay, is that and we always bring this up. Then there's about 45 million other shows on Netflix. Stop watching. Move on to the next thing.
Really?
Or
I like
don't
you're
listen.
making me look such a bad boy in front of these chicks. Yeah, that's right.
They're lining you up. Yeah.
I was thinking about it on a long ride on my motorcycle the other day. I don't even know how to turn on a motorcycle. I've been on a motorcycle 2 times. Both times we're behind with my arms around a man's waist. And both times I burned my calf on the exhaust pipe. 2 for 2.
2. I think the most telling thing was you said, I don't know how to turn on a motorcycle.
I don't.
Turn on.
Is that we do? Do you turn it on?
You start it up.
You can make the sound.
I know there's something where I have to go like that. I don't understand like the thing. It's all like the YouTube celebrity.
No.
You know, a social media celebrity. I don't know how that kind of came out of nowhere. But sometimes like that Post Malone's got a song or two that like, it's producers though. It's smart.
It is.
That the Cash Me Outside girl, I've gone 180 on her. We went from like just crapping all over to think to I'm almost a fan. I bought a new Explorer yesterday, and you have to name it. You have to nickname it in the Ford app.
Yeah.
And I named it Bad Baby. That's her name. That's her rap name.
I thought it was,
I love her. And
isn't
she's
it Bobby? Like Barbie? Bad Barbie?
no Bad Baby.
Okay, all right.
Bahad Bahaby.
Okay.
She is garbage, but I love her. I've picked sides in the Woe Vicky Bad Baby argument.
Well, you know she's fighting now Iggy Azalea.
Yeah. Well, you know Woe Vicky.
that's who
you want
that
to put a good
is.
side by side? Look at Woe Vicky and Lamb Chop. Remember Lamb Chop? Sherry Lewis's Lamb
Sherry
Chop.
Lewis's
I just
Lamb
really dated myself for all these hot chicks. You guys remember William Cat from America's Greatest Hero? The Greatest American Hero. We on the bonfire we do a thing. There's Woe Vicky and some dude she was hanging out with got into they insulted.
They threw shade.
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
And then came back with an apology video that's like 30 seconds long. And whenever we have to apologize in the bonfire, we had our producer like verbatim write it down. Their sentences. Can you play it, PJ?
See if you can look that up. It's Woe Vicky.
It's Woe Vicky apologizes Snoop Dogg. It is. There's sentences that go nowhere. It goes, nah, I'm saying, because we don't even know be like when it come down. That's no exaggeration.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Marissa's going to try and search that and bring that audio.
I believe in Marissa. She can do this.
At the end of the day, we respect Snoop Dogg because he a real OG, you know.
Yeah, shout out to Snoop. Like I'm sorry for everything I said. I didn't mean it like that. I make people happy, like do funny videos. That's what I do. And I'm sorry for everything I did. Like towards you and towards everybody that's with your shit, whatever. I'm sorry for everything.
Yeah, for real. Like we really ain't know like what we was saying. Like it was really off of the camera, no cap. Like you know.
All right, it ends there. And by the way, that's like twin speak. By the way, that's
Yes.
like
When twins share a language.
Yeah, nobody else knows what the hell they're saying except for those two.
I have no idea what they said in it all, but we have it written out. So whenever someone gets and they get mad at us, it's serious a lot. So we always gonna go. I'd like to say to John Fugelsang, you a real OG. I'm sorry for everything I said and what I said be like, because it sometimes be like that, and then I ain't know what I says and that stuff and you says. But we just like to say the name. He goes, I'd like to apologize to John Fugelsang. Say, man, sometimes our sincerest apologies to Radio Andy.
I love the concept of John Fugelsang being known in the hip hop community.
John Fugelsang. All right, thank you, Big J. Okerson. Let's hear it from everybody. Thanks, bud.
Love you guys. Thank you so much, man.
The holidays are nigh, and Meghan Markle is about to celebrate her first Thanksgiving and Christmas as a royal. But by all accounts, it's going to be pretty weird.
Sparkle Markle?
Well, first up, Thanksgiving. Some question whether the American-born Meghan will be allowed to celebrate the holiday, seeing as it commemorates that time many English-born pilgrims set forth on a long and dangerous voyage to flee political and religious persecution in their homeland.
I thought she and the royal family were going to go visit with the dad here in the States.
Last year, Meghan celebrated with her mother, Doria Ragland, in California. What's going to happen is to be determined, but the Queen reportedly hasn't forbidden the celebration by royal decree, and Meghan and Prince Harry don't have any events scheduled for the day, so she may be indulging in turkey and stuffing behind closed doors. Now, for Christmas. Meanwhile, we want to hope she doesn't eat too much gravy because, listen to this. I've never heard of this before.
All right.
She will have to be weighed before her Christmas meal, per a juicy new report hailing from the royal expert Ingrid Seward. Apparently, every member of the royal family, including Harry, Prince William, and Kate Middleton, must be weighed before and after dinner on Christmas Day.
All right. After dinner, and do they get to poop first?
I don't know about. But
what is this about, this bizarre thing?
It's a tradition. Okay, apparently the Queen asks guests to weigh themselves to ensure they're being well fed.
Oh, okay.
And once weighed, the guests must enter the dining room in order of seniority. Once seated, the head chef carves the turkey, and paper hats are donned, but not by the Queen. So everybody has to
Look
wear
at us wearing our paper hats, and it's so much fun. Where is the scale so we can see if we've put a lot of food into our tummies? Oh, look, I folded a flap on my paper hat. Oh, what fun.
So much fun.
Yes. Later on, we'll go out to a pit and murder some peasants.
Oh, my God.
Damn. I've seen the paper hat thing.
Christmas.
I love Christmas. For the annual slaughtering of the peasants.
In a pit.
In a pit with our paper hats. And the one who catches my paper hat will be spared.
Oh, that's a nice tradition.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you and your family. Congratulations on your adroit paper hat catching skills.
Oh, my God.
You're free to go.
Now for the rest of them, line up.
Really, the only way to enjoy Lorenzo's Pizza on the whole is to have some assistance. And we are doing that via a dental device, correct? Yeah. Okay, so Casey and Nick are going to put these lip spreaders in. That if you've ever gone to the dentist and you have to get some dental work done, they do this so it pulls your lips up and your cheeks out to the side so they can get in there and work really well.
Yeah.
So it's...
And it'll for eating purposes, Preston, it gives you maximum coverage of the pie.
Yeah, and my favorite is pepperoni pizza.
Your favorite is...
Pepperoni pizza.
Pepperoni pizza.
I like pineapple.
You like pineapple?
Pineapple.
Okay.
I also like mushroom.
Excuse me?
Mushroom.
Mushrooms.
Mushroom. Yeah, mushroom.
All right, so is this, Preston, the specifics of this contest, are we talking the quickest to eat one slice fully?
I don't know.
I don't know.
How about the entire pie?
Let's just see how it goes.
Let's just see how it goes.
All right.
And we'll see who ate it best.
All right.
Okay. You guys ready?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, lick your lips.
All right, raise your pizza case. Get ready.
We have a split screen shot. By the way, you can watch this on Facebook.
Don't make me laugh.
All right, do what, Marissa? All right, cheers your pizzas. All right, cheers. And on your mark, get set, and go. All right, here's the first bite.
Oh, my God.
Casey, you have to let gravity take effect, right?
Oh, my God, look at Nick. As if Nick couldn't get any more gross when he ate.
Because your lips are not assisting.
All right.
I love you, Saj. I love you. Yeah.
All right.
I love you.
Start eating.
He loves you. He loves you. Nick looks like he. Oh my God.
Don't make
He can't lick. Nick is laughing his ass off. Oh my God.
This is
Casey,
disgusting.
do you need something to drink?
I got it.
Okay, you got it. All right. So, Nick, did you take it out?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Casey's gonna take a drink. It's like a sprinkler.
It's disgusting.
Nick, here's some water if you need it.
All right. Thank you so much, Preston.
Try not to get any of it on the
Don't laugh,
on
Nick,
the
now.
equipment. Don't get it on the equipment.
That was. Casey looks like he's looking at a UFO.
Hey, Maris.
Oh my God!
I don't want him to
Jesus,
knock
it's
that
up
over.
there.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Excuse me for 1 second.
Okay.
Nick's wiping his
He's
mouth.
wiping his mouth. Casey, I noticed
Okay, sir.
you're using the gravity method. You lean back.
Yes.
Yeah, this is not her radio.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Nick is leaning forward, which I find kind of wild. All right, now he's tilting back. You got to let gravity take over. This looks like an inspiring story
Oh my God. It's
of
so
two
gross.
guys born without lips.
Oh my God.
It actually, Steve, it looks like the sequel to Hellraiser.
It does.
You know what, though?
What?
It's really delicious.
It is delicious.
Yeah.
It's Lorenzo's, of course.
How far along are you guys?
I'm almost done, Steve.
Now, Casey's about halfway. He's eaten more than you think he has. So
we want to do it to completion because I think they might hemorrhage.
I don't know. Case, what do you think?
Don't talk with food in your mouth.
Have more water, Case.
Actually, that'll help a little bit.
Yeah.
So, Casey's gonna get a sip of water.
Kathy, got anything in my teeth?
I'm sorry we're doing such a visual thing on the radio, but this is just hilarious. Casey,
This is my favorite sweatshirt.
it's his favorite sweatshirt.
Did you get some on your favorite sweatshirt?
Damn it. It's an absolute mess. I tell you what.
It makes you really appreciate. Keep going. Oh, it fell out right there.
I know they kind of slip out every now and then.
What?
I have no
They
idea.
kind of slip out every now and then. They slip out of your house.
Yeah, slip out of there.
Every now and then.
Say, you say?
Yeah.
My dental device.
It doesn't affect your yoga cards.
It doesn't affect your what?
Your yoga cards.
Yeah, your
Your
yoga
yo-
cards.
Yoga cards.
Yoga hearts?
What?
Yoga hearts.
Yoga cards.
Oh, your vocal cords.
I thought you said yoga fans.
All right, keep it going. I think actually Nick is closing in on perhaps
I was
finishing.
so hungry.
Yeah.
I think are Casey's lip spreaders a little bit bigger than Nick's? yeah.
No, I think
His lips are almost pulled back to his ears.
I thought maybe Casey's mouth was a little smaller than Nick's, so it looks like that.
Nick is like a wood chipper.
Ew, Nick is drooling all over the place.
You can actually feed full pieces of lumber into Nick's mouth.
Not a delicate flower.
My lip spreaders, I got from a dentist.
He got his lip spreaders from a
Like,
dentist.
this is legit.
All right, we're closing in.
You know what, though? I would pay good money to see Kathy do this, to be honest.
Oh,
I would pay
with her perfect teeth.
good money. That's a pair. They're clean. All right, just going to put them in. Why not? And have at least a bite. All right, Kathy. Oh, I can't believe you agreed to do this.
All right.
All right, she's taking a bite. Let's see.
Look at Kathy's teeth are perfect. Look at
They
them.
are perfect. They're absolutely perfect.
This is like that. This is like that special prom night, Kathy.
How does it taste?
It's stuck.
It's because you can't assist the swallow.
She actually sounds very articulate with that. She's shaking her head to try to get it down into her throat. And there we go. Nice job, Kath. Not bad at all. That's.
You want some
Yeah,
water?
I can't believe she did that. Did you guys finish? Casey's finished it.
No, he's not. He cheated. I got no hair.
What did he do?
He threw it in the trash.
Oh, he
can.
did.
All right.
Look at this. Look at this. It's a cheater.
We're going to Secaucus for the film.
Oh.
All right.
Preston, it looks like I pissed my pants.
Yes, it does. Stand up. Let's see that.
Preston,
There you go.
I kissed my hand.
You did piss your pants. Okay, well, that's, you know what?
Declare a winner, or is it a tie?
I think it's a tie.
All
What do
right,
you guys
there you
think, right?
I mean, they both did a phenomenal job. No Casey's human.
WMMR.
All right, Bizarre File time. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you this morning by Manhattan Bagel. You can treat everyone on your list to a gift that's always in good taste, a gift card from Manhattan Bagel. You can buy a $20 gift card and get $5 free for a limited time at manhattanbagel.com. Manhattanbagel.com, participating locations only. Dozens of shoppers at the Bronx Terminal Market watched as first responders put extensive confined space rescue training to work to save two men who fell down an elevator shaft.
Oh.
Started on the third floor outside of the Target store. A 29-year-old loss prevention officer was ejecting a 16-year-old suspected shoplifter. During a struggle, they banged against an elevator door. It opened, and they fell 3 stories down to the top of the elevator on the first floor. The 2 victims in the elevator shaft, one was on top of the elevator, the second was past the elevator in the elevator pit. The victim on top of the elevator was rescued fairly easily. To reach the other under the elevator in the pit, first responders had to knock down walls in the first floor dollar discount and party store. The victim in the elevator pit had injuries described as critical. He was taken to the Harlem Hospital and is expected to survive. But that's pretty terrifying, falling down an elevator shaft.
3 stories? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's not crazy far. It's enough to kill you.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Okay. Here you go. Here's your disturbing story of the morning. A woman who gave a neighbor a box that was containing her decapitated husband's head claimed that it had contained sex toys. Carmen Marino
maybe.
has been handed a 15-year jail sentence and was convicted of her partner's homicide 3 weeks ago.
I put raisins in it. You like raisins.
After a fortnight-long jury trial at a court in the northern Spanish city of Santander.
Got raisins in it. You like raisins.
Her partner, Jesus Baranda, was reported missing before the neighbor found his head in the box that she was handed a few months earlier.
God.
On Friday, the court announced that it was sentencing the killer to a maximum of 15 years. When a written ruling stated that she had acted out of greed when she participated in an active way in causing his death after being named a sole heir of 67-year-old Jesus Maria's will. The ruling continued saying she got rid of the corpse and handed over his skull to a female friend, telling her the box contained sex toys because she knew relatives of her partner had reported him missing and was conscious it would result in a police investigation that would probably lead to a search of their home. So the convicted killer pointed the finger at the neighbor she gave the box to during the trial, as well as her murdered partner's brother. She said they both had the keys to the couple's home, and she continued saying the sex toys were presents I bought for my birthday. When things became a bit complicated, the truth is I got embarrassed about the idea the police could come around and find the bag. I asked Maria Carmen, the neighbor, if she would take it, and she said, of course, no problem. The neighbor was handed the box in April 2019, some 2 months after the man disappeared, but only opened it in September following a growing bad smell coming from it.
Who takes used sex toys?
Reports at the time said the remains had no human tissue on them because they had been boiled and wrapped in foil. The dead man was identified only by a tooth. Marino told police after her arrest
It had his name on it.
her partner had disappeared voluntarily and continued to protest her innocence at her trial. But she killed this guy, dismembered him, and then
That's
gifted
horrific.
They had to a neighbor. Wow.
Still owes her sex toys.
This is pretty messed up. A Perry County, Pennsylvania man has survived a Tuesday morning crash, or he had survived, but then he was struck and killed by a train while standing on the tracks beside his wrecked car, the state police said.
Oh, man.
So the 26-year-old man, whose name was not yet released, was driving too fast for icy road conditions around 6 a.m. Tuesday when his Jeep hit an embankment and then rolled several times. The Jeep came to rest on the tracks. A Norfolk Southern train fatally hit the man while he was standing outside his car, and the Jeep sustained severe front and side damage. How messed up is that?
The universe wants you dead at that point.
The state police's Newport Barracks is investigating the crash and the man's death. All right, now I normally don't really touch on stories that have to do with child molestation and stuff like that, but listen to how this played out. A man was arrested Friday after being accused of child molestation and sexual exploitation, the Seattle Police Department announced. According to police, in September, detectives began investigating a suspect accused of child molestation and sexual exploitation. And on Friday, officers found the man eating at a restaurant. And here's why I bring this up. He appeared to be on a date with a woman while he was arrested.
Oh,
Can you
man.
imagine? You're going on a date with this guy sitting there. The cops come in and arrest him for that crime. You'd be like, what?
I can explain.
Yeah, the man was arrested on...
Order me a cappuccino. I'll be back.
$250,000 felony warrant. But it was odd that they added that little detail in there, and that's what stood out to me. A mother shared her shock after finding an X-rated detail in her Christmas wrapping, in the Christmas wrapping paper that she had bought. The Queensland, Australia shopper posted the racy design on a popular Facebook group, warning others to check their purchases thoroughly. At first glance, the $6.99 Christmas wrapping paper looks ordinary, but a closer look reveals an aroused snowman.
Really?
And essentially the carrot ended up down where his willy is. And also they have two deer that are doing the nasty.
Look, he's got a boner.
The mom of four had already wrapped some of the presents before she spotted the detail. She said, I purchased them online and only noticed when I was wrapping my third present. Thankfully, the first two were for me and my partner. Yeah, and you can see this.
Kind of like that.
This one deer, a stag mounting a doe.
There's that scene in Dumb and Dumber where they're building the snowman, right? And
Yes.
She said, when I first saw it, I had to send photos to my friend and my mother to see if they noticed anything off while wiping laughing tears from my face. Nicole isn't letting the wrapping paper go to waste, plans to cover the rude imagery with strategically placed name labels. The mom said her discovery was hilarious and hoped that her post would stop others from making the same mistake, as well as give people a bit of a laugh. And that is the last story that I have for you in the Bizarre File this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a sec. Hang close because we got something to give away, and that is in the form of today's lesson question. We'll get trash and music news as well. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
That is repulsive.
all over.
Oh, man. You all right, buddy?
Yeah. You know what, though?
What?
I got to take my hair sweatshirt off to reveal my favorite pizza.
Oh, it says Delco.
We're happy to have him here, ladies and gentlemen.
Tony Rock is here. That's how I'm coming on stage tonight, right there.
That's your song, right?
That's going to bring you out on
Take the stage, yeah.
I like it, man. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Welcome back to Philadelphia.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Of course. You enjoying your butternut squash soup over there?
Butternut squash soup. Who knew?
Yeah.
For right?
breakfast.
What's the restaurant downstairs? Harvest.
yeah.
Oh my God, butternut squash. Kind of tastes like sweet potato.
Yeah.
It's really good.
You know, now there's endorsement deals available.
Yes. Yes. Hey, I'm Tony Rock here for butternut squash.
Just in general.
Nothing gives you comedy credit like butternut squash.
And this is how you sell it to men. And fellas, she'll dig it too. Have you noticed that? Every commercial, when they want to sell something to men, it's like, it'll do this, energy, vitality, whatever, and then it's fellas, she'll dig it too.
Well, what I love is
like, oh, girl's gonna like it. I gotta get it.
I love it when they do you'll be a stallion in the boardroom and the bedroom.
They did like those the Just for Men hair color things.
Oh,
So I used to color my beard because it's totally different color than my hair, and it turns out I was allergic to it. So I get these rashes on my face. But those commercials were like,
ladies will love it too.
You'll have a rash on your face, but chicks will dig it too.
yeah, I'd do it in a heartbeat, man.
That's funny.
Wow. So you're in town. You're doing Helium Comedy Club. We are happy to have you back here. We were just off air talking about the show, and Steve, you and Casey.
It was Living Biblically was the show. It was on CBS. It was produced by one of the members of the Big Bang Theory,
Johnny Galecki.
Johnny Galecki.
Yes.
And I thought, and Casey thought as well, it was based on a popular book about a guy who decided to live a year of his life based on the Bible.
Like 100% according to the Bible for one calendar year. Yes.
Right. And so you were in the cast. I thought it was a really solid cast, likable ensemble, a fun show.
But it was an amazing cast. It was Cameron Manheim, Ian Gomez, Johnny, Jay Ferguson. Yeah. It was amazing.
Good people.
I just think people weren't ready to have the Bible in their face every Monday at 9 o'clock at night. Like every episode was the Bible says, and that was the episode. The Bible says, and then the show got canceled after 13 episodes. And then CBS came right back with another show.
God liked me on Facebook. Friended me on Facebook
like
or something. Yeah. It's almost the exact same show except it's a drama.
Yeah.
So
that always happens though. One show has to take the bullet so that another show can get through.
Well, let's see how this one does. It's doing well, but I thought that's got to suck because you've been in the business for a while,
right?
Everything seems to be firing. You have a good slot, and CBS is known for their
CBS. My last sitcom was on CW. Totally different world.
Different world.
CBS, man. I'm looking forward to Super Bowl tickets. I'm going to be with the cast sitting there like, hey, we're on the big screen at the Super Bowl. I was looking forward to all of that. They pulled it.
That's
no Super Bowl for me.
I mean, but now you're used to obviously shows that come and go. It's the nature of entertainment in the business.
Right, yeah.
But I would be, and I think you have every right to be pissed because I also think you give it a little bit more. You give it a little bit more breathing room. People forget, and you don't see it anymore these days. Seinfeld struggled for like a year and a half.
Seinfeld was like damn near canceled. And then they said, let's give it a few more weeks. And then for some reason it turned around.
It turned around.
I really think that show biblically would have been a super hit.
By the way, couldn't you port that over? Couldn't you give that a chance on perhaps, I don't know, on the Hallmark Channel or something where you maybe would find an audience?
Oh, after an all-new Touched by an Angel.
Touched by an Angel.
An all-new one. And fellas, she'll dig it too.
That should have been the same, right?
I brought Dave Chappelle on stage one night in L.A. I do a birthday show every year, and
in LA at the Laugh Factory, and Dave Chappelle stopped by. Just came by.
Oh, wow.
You know, room was packed, and people are like, "Hey, the Laugh Factory has a great show going on. It's Tony's birthday," and Dave pops in. My idol, Dave
State
Chappelle.
of the art.
And I'm like, "Could you please go on stage?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do." And he goes on stage and goes, "Well, I first have to let you light his cigarette." And he takes his time. First, I have to let everybody know that I didn't even know Chris and Tony were brothers. I thought it was a horrible coincidence. And then I see you do stand-up, and I said, the kid's going to be okay.
Yeah, oh, that's awesome.
Man,
That's
it's
great.
amazing. Yeah.
Pregnant Meghan Markle's sartorial choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay. No. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance. But some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant.
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yeah. I mean, that's a little
Does
sheer.
it matter that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family, do you think? Because, you know, when she did Suits and she did some modeling
There's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah.
And Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole...
To meeting Prince Harry?
Yes, and it's excellent.
And you know, the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, here's what we're dealing with.
She's a beautiful woman.
If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap, fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa.
By the
That's
way,
the royal family version of fap.
Why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, "Yo, dude, I can see your panties"?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties.
By the way, Shake Shack,
yep,
love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so...
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race. Oh, my God. I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I can
make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick.
Oh.
Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by it outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy,
I
it was either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the...
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no,
I mean,
because
and also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
Oh, not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted. You know? What I'm saying, Kath?
More FM's right over there.
Right. Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. He crapped there.
Oh my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes.
Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
No. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear it.
Just whisper it.
They're not listening.
So,
Yeah.
So I had to
smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So what
You
ended
take
up.
your dog for a walk.
So,
I left it there.
all right. So a little bit did end up in my underpants. So
So I had
that was just like a bingo.
So I had luckily I had nobody can hear this, right?
Right, no, we're good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion in makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh no, it gets better. Okay, so then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, dude, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right, so I can't. Like if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're gonna go, well, who pooped here?
And look at security.
They're gonna look at security and they're gonna see me like all ashamed, crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God.
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
hate you.
I hate me too.
It out, Preston Steve show, and we are about ready to give something to you. If you've been listening all morning long, you've been paying attention all morning long, because we're going to do today's lesson question. What do we have? I haven't even looked yet to see what our prize is this week. It's a $50 Manhattan Bagel gift card.
Nice.
That's pretty awesome. Okay, so all you have to do is answer today's question correctly, and you will win that. So, what do we call it when a scuba diver takes a dump underwater?
It's true.
But there were a couple things that were said. So this one focuses in on the Brady Bunch. How about that? What do you call when a scuba diver takes a dump underwater? It has to do with the Brady Bunch. And don't try to make it up. You'll never get it. All right? It had to do with an actor on the Brady Bunch. 215-263. WMMR, the number. If you know, call. And we'll do the trash. We're waiting for your call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. You can let Horizon Services replace your home's heating system and get up to $1,200 back with zero down and zero payments until 2024. Installed the next day. Book online in seconds at horizonezbook.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Kathy Hilton has issued an apology to Mariska Hargitay after she was seen putting on lip gloss during the actress's acceptance speech at the 2022 People's Choice Awards. Hilton says things could have been dramatically worse because also in her pocketbook was a fleet enema. Controversial L.A. Councilman Kevin DeLeon got into a full knockdown, drag-out fight with an activist while attending a Christmas tree lighting and toy giveaway. DeLeon later apologized, saying the activist really pushed his button by suggesting that bumbles don't bounce. And we know that they do. And finally, Kelly Clarkson asking a judge for a restraining order against a 56-year-old Nicole Young, who has attempted to gain entrance to her house on 9 different occasions. Young is reportedly trying to get Clarkson interested in doing a new segment on her show called Home Invasion Okie. And that's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for the answer. Let's see if someone knows. What do we call it when a scuba diver takes a dump underwater? 215-263 WMMR. We'll go to Joe and see if Joe knows the answer. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Morning.
All right, Joe, what do we call it when a scuba diver takes a dump underwater?
Florence Henderson.
Florence Henderson.
Hi, Mike.
Hang on, Joe. We're going to get your info. And we are going to give you a $50 Manhattan Bagel gift card. And you can let Manhattan Bagel take the stress out of your holidays. You gather, they cater. ManhattanBagel.com to place your order.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, got a few stories. We'll start with the fact that Tool has announced its first ever collectible statue, which is inspired by their 2006 album 10,000.
You've been asking about this, Kathy.
The band announced the statue on social media, calling it a maquette.
Yes.
You familiar with that?
Yeah, like a little figurine. It's in the collectibles. It's a well-known phrase.
It's described as a model for a larger piece of sculpture created in order to visualize how it might look and to work out approaches and materials for how it might be made.
Right.
I don't know what that means.
So they sculpt it, and it's a mock-up, basically. Mock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The statue will be made available on Friday, by the way.
So they say exactly what it is?
No.
Okay.
It's inspired by the 2006 album 10,000, and it's a maquette.
Yeah.
Mock-ette.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Nirvana bassist
man.
Chris Novoselic recalls the 1992 MTV Video Music Awards when he tossed his bass into the air only to have it slam back down on his head. While chatting with Bass Player Magazine, he recalled, he goes, "Oh, that was mega." He said, "We started playing the song and my amp just didn't work. So I thought, well, I'm going to do this bass toss and then walk off." Well, the bass got caught up in the TV lights and then boom, it fell on my head. So he threw it up there and then the lights are so bright at something like that, he couldn't see.
And it clocks him.
He said, so I storm off stage. There's an interesting thing that happened off stage. He said, I storm off stage, and these paramedics come and they take a look at me. They put a bandage on, and I had to sign all these release forms, so I'm not going to sue anybody. And so it was like it was in front of 200 million people, right?
Yeah.
And then he goes on to recall the on-site medics tending to his head wound. He said, so I'm all annoyed, right? And I'm like, what the hell? And behind them, there is this amazing fellow with a glass of champagne. And he said, it's Brian May. I'm just standing there politely. Or he's standing there politely, and he says, here you go, my man. And he hands me his glass of champagne. And I was like, you're Brian May. How are you? And he said, more importantly, how are you? Moments later, Dave Grohl burst in. Apparently, he had been looking all over for me, he said, only to find me enjoying a calm glass of bubbly with Brian May.
So he had a fairly decent cut right on his head.
I remember him bleeding. Yeah, for real. So,
got to watch that when you do that.
Papa Roach dropped the official music video for a title track, the title track of their latest album, Ego Trip, and it came out on Friday. The band described the Bryson Roach directed Ego Trip clip on YouTube, writing, we visited the legendary House of Vans in Mexico City earlier this year and invited fans to come get crazy with us on a day off to film the video for the title song on the Ego Trip album. The energy was truly inspiring to everyone. Thank you, Mexico. We love you. Viva la cucaracha.
The cockroach?
I guess so.
Yeah.
The Rolling Stones have just dropped the live video for Happy.
We're happy.
As featured on the band's latest archival release titled Grr Live. The multimedia release drops on February 10th and was recorded on December 15th, 2012.
That's the sound my stomach makes when I eat cheese.
During the band's 50 and counting tour stop at Newark, New Jersey's Prudential Center. And then finally, there was a concert or a concert announcement to pass the info along to you. And it will be at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on September 17th. It's called the Sharp Dressed Simple Man Tour. And by putting those two phrases together, you might figure out it's both ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner.
Well, that makes sense.
So they got the Sharp Dressed Simple Man Tour.
Now they're down one guy, obviously, in ZZ Top. So who from Leonard Skinner is stepping into?
Oh, I don't think anybody from Leonard Skinner
So
did.
just going to play all together?
Well, ZZ Top had basically the bass tech was the guy who took over.
All right, okay.
Dusty's kind of right-hand man, and I think that was kind of their somewhat bizarre verbal agreement that, you know, he would be the guy that takes over. So they're doing separate sets from what I understand. The tickets are on sale this Friday. 10 a.m. You'll be able to get those. And Jackie Bam Bam's going to have tickets all week long for you to win. So make sure that you tune in to Jackie's show, which, by the way, I tune into a bit of You Call It Friday Night.
Yes.
On Friday, which is the best radio show around. And Jackie was playing a deep cut, not a deep cut, but just a never heard song called Sentimental Street, which is from Night Ranger. And so I texted him, and I'm like, dude, I can't believe you're playing Sentimental Street. I'm like, this is awesome. And what was his response? Hang on, I'll find it real quick, because, of course, Jackie got back to me right away, because he's all amped up.
Yes, that's
on Friday
his
night.
baby.
And then he wrote, "Oh my God, I love you, Press." He wrote, "Only you and me, man." XO.
He, it's when we come in on Wednesday or Thursday, he's spent the whole night putting that show together.
And then he fired over like 3 more real rapid fire, which are like, he goes, "LOL, Brett said hi. He loves you guys. XO." I'm not sure who Brett is. Is that Brett Michaels? You spoke to him?
Yeah.
And then he wrote, "Whoa, Fat, playing for you. So cool, my friends." We haven't even mentioned that yet.
Yeah.
At the Christmas Miracle. Live music. We're going to have the band Whoa Fat playing live. They're a brass band.
It's excellent.
But Jackie wrote, "Whoa, Fat playing for you. So cool, my friends. Bubba on now. LOL XO." So I don't know what all that means.
Yeah.
But that's a
He
typical.
texted me about Bubba as well.
Yeah, I don't know the Bubba thing. So, but nonetheless, that's a Jackie Bam Bam moment that we had. It was nice. All right, that's it. Music news. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We're going to wrap it up. Stay put. We'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve.
93.3
No, not Five Guys. Don't you talk
They're
bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it?
On the over at the loading docks.
Where you unloaded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had to go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get
I
in.
couldn't make it. I couldn't make it. I do. Believe me. I'm not. This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back, and that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the back?
They watched both and they were like, okay, well, he came back and cleaned.
You know, we'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
On the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all. That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's
That's
it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
So nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. People magazine is named its 2018 sexiest man alive.
Yeah.
And it is Idris Elba.
Oh, Kathy?
The British actor says the honor has given him a boost of self-confidence.
What do you think? Are you an Idris Elba fan?
Pull up a picture.
Okay. You don't remember?
You don't know what he looks like?
No, I do, but like, let me just look at.
Let her drink him in.
Yeah, I don't like. Is that the picture they use?
Let her take a sip of that chocolate.
Yeah,
milk.
that's from people.com.
I don't love the picture that they use. I wish they used a different picture, but yeah, no, he's good looking for sure.
He was surprised after being crowned this year's winner. I was like, come on, no way, really? He told the magazine.
You guys.
He said, look. Here, there's the cover picture.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's like Lovey.
Well, like Lovey from Gilligan's Island?
No, like not where you would look at some of them and be like, oh my God, he's so hot. Like this guy's like, he probably would give you a good hug.
Part of it is his voice and his demeanor. He is planning a wedding with his fiancee Sabrina Dahor. No.
Yeah, well, I don't
Sabrina
know.
Dahor?
Dower.
Dahore?
Dahore.
Oh, you mean Dahor?
Dahor. It's all the same letters.
Who are you marrying? Sabrina. Oh, Dahor?
Dhowre.
No, not Dahor.
If you move the W to the beginning or in between the D and H, it looks like Dahor.
No, it's Dahor.
Dahor. Dahore.
No.
Anyhow, the actor has
I'm not marrying a whore.
16-year-old daughter named Isan and a 4-year-old son named Winston. What a great name.
Yeah, I almost
like
named my
that.
dog Winston.
From previous
Let him know.
relationships. Elba told people about his upbringing.
Yes, Idris. My name is Casey. I produce a show in the States. I almost named my dog Winston.
When you said let him know, I thought you were talking about let my dog know.
I did too. Come here, buddy.
Come here.
You were almost Winston.
Reggie, I almost named
Dog. I don't understand what you're saying.
We began Wigapalooza.
I'm very excited.
If you just tuned in, we talked about this a while back. What would Steve look like with a head of realistic human hair and not goofy looking wigs? Actual hair. We want to see what Steve would look like with a realistic looking hairstyle.
These wigs are usually fitted to people's heads, so Steve's got a bigger head. I actually thought his head was a little bit smaller than that.
Should we bring him in?
Yes.
All right, let's have Steve come in and see what the actual. Wow! Dude, oh my God!
You haven't seen it?
You haven't? Kathy's got to have a mirror.
Get the big mirror from the office.
Steve, you look better bald, man.
Casey, that does look good. You fixed the sides.
Yeah.
Do you know whose hair I immediately think of for some reason? Because
Oh, Jesus Christ.
he looks like Danny Briere's hair for some reason.
Wow,
Am I not wrong about that?
That's
Danny
absolutely right.
Briere,
Dude,
formerly of the Flyers.
No,
What? Who are you thinking of? Here, move your microphone over, Steve. So I can.
from bachelor party, and Adrian.
Yeah. Wow.
Hey, how
It's
come
the
no
profile
sideburn?
that I love.
I guess you have to. Well, I look like a '60s pop star. Hey, everybody.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow.
This is one that's for the ladies.
Yeah.
It's what you call a panty dropper in the biz.
Yeah, Steve, we need a voice with that
That's right,
wig.
yeah.
What is that the voice?
I need
you think,
yeah,
or-
I think that's kind of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Or kind of the voice.
The back looks good too, like
Does
the
the
neckline.
back look good?
Yeah, the neckline.
Yeah, the back looks real.
Am I making you wet, baby?
Looks totally real. Somebody says you look like Paul McCartney. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody says Phil Mickelson or Ralph Macchio.
Well, a little Ralph Macchio.
A little bit.
The Karate Kid on Hard Times.
And by the way, you'll need.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, how are you?
You'll need.
What the hell happened?
There you go. Yes, Steve's doing the dance moves. And we'll put.
I could walk you home. Makes me feel fine.
Oh, Steve. The hair. Oh my God.
Summer breeze.
Nice.
Makes me feel fine.
Oh, you've got to watch the webcam. Steve is singing directly to you.
I thought that was beautiful, actually. I have to go pleasure myself.
Hi,
I'm
Bri-
so turned on.
All right, well, let's bring him in and see what we have next. Let's have Steve. He's been out of the studio when he gets. Okay. The color is better on this.
Yes.
I think
I like the dark.
Hey, I'll help.
You look like a stock boy a little
Right,
bit.
yeah. I'll get that for you, Mr. Jones. What do you want me to do with the canoe?
Just put it in the back. Put it in the back.
I'll move that around for you, Mr. Jones. Hey, can I take lunch now?
Every wig has to have a voice.
Right, yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Wow.
My name's Toby. This is a Toby, right?
Yeah, that's a Toby.
Yeah.
Toby.
Is that
Hi,
what
my
it's
name's
called?
Toby.
Is that what it's called? Seriously?
No.
Oh.
It's the Toby.
Oh, no?
Yeah. It intermatches with the Kunta Kinte.
Well, what was the last one? What should that have been? That was the Danny?
The Danny or the Ricky.
The Ricky.
I like the Ricky.
That was Ricky. With a song for you.
No, it's
Toby.
Toby. Hey,
Yeah.
Toby.
Hey, you need any yard work? You need to have it done? I'll do it. I'm 17.
Should we do a new wig next?
Yes, dude.
Yeah,
It's
we
the
only have
doctor
an-
wig.
an
We
hour.
only have two more left. Let's bring him in. Let's see Steve's third wig of the morning. Wow, man.
It is the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve, and that's
little
real
bit of
hair.
gray.
What's that?
A little bit of gray.
Just a little salt and pepper in there.
Yeah.
That looks good.
I think he looks like
I
either
think I'm ready for the boardroom and the bedroom.
I think Richard Gere, maybe.
She said she gave me three options: Richard Gere, Regis Philbin, and Eddie Munster.
What?
With the three hair.
Well, the one style we had going at first, he looked a little like Eddie Munster.
It's all sewn
Do I
in.
look like in the Cialis commercial? I say the man with the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do look like the
Yeah.
man with the plan.
Yeah, putting some more wind in my sails with Cialis.
Oh, is this the voice?
Yeah.
What-
Hey,
what's-
kids, we're gonna go mountain climbing and rappelling.
What's a
and
good-
I can get aroused too.
What's a good name for this hair? First
gotta be-
thing,
it's
first
gotta
thing
be a
that comes to your
doctor.
mind.
Chet.
Chet.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Chet Wainwright.
All right.
Dr. Chet Wainwright?
Yeah, Dr. Chet Wainwright.
PhD.
Yeah.
What are you, a doctor?
Not DDS?
Gynecologist.
Of course.
Of course.
It
The
wouldn't be
ladies
anything
are
else.
stacked too deep
All
out
right,
there.
now put the headphones on,
Yeah.
and we'll see if this because
Radio chat.
Steve doesn't have sideburns.
I have
and
no
so that's the
sideburns,
one thing
no
that looks a little
eyebrows.
odd.
It's what happened was that they extracted me from the pod in the Matrix too quickly.
Yeah.
And I hadn't fully formed.
I like this the
Put your
best.
headphones on.
All right.
Let's see how this looks.
I have hair over my ears, which is weird.
That looks real,
Let me see.
Steve.
Look at me. Can you look at me?
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Wow.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. Wait,
Doctor?
call.
Yeah.
Say hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry, you got to do it. Dr. Chet Wainwright.
Hey, Chet. Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
All right, do it again.
One more time, ready?
Hey, Dr. Wainwright.
Can I help you, ladies?
Oh my God.
I think we got a yeast situation.
Casey wanted me to play this music. All right, so
It's It's an African American wig.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. It's real hair.
Yeah.
It's real hair. I mean, it's like a $1,500 wig, and this particular wig is going to a politician.
All right, somebody who's running for
Yeah.
office.
So it's a short crop.
Okay.
You know, it's a short crop.
All right.
Yeah, just take a look-see.
All right, Superfly, come on in. Let's take a look and see. Yeah. Yes. Oh, dude, Steve. Man. Oh,
Out of sight.
Yeah. That looks real. A Monday. Kind of painless, kind of fun. We had a good time today.
The sun's peeking through a little bit, even though we were told it would not be the case.
Yeah, we're gonna have mainly clouds today, but yeah, it was little peaks of sunshine every now and then. Tomorrow, cold today, high of about 43. Pretty much the same thing tomorrow, but more sunshine, and then 42 on Wednesday. We might get some rain, maybe even some snow by the end of the work week, but we'll see how all that plays out. I would like to thank our one and only guest this morning, and comedian Steve Byrne. Was on. Steve's great. We could talk to him anytime, and he's got a special. It is on Amazon Prime, and it is called The Last Late Night with Steve Byrne, and he kind of takes a late night talk show format, but in his stand-up comedy routine.
Yes.
So it's kind of interesting how
Sounds
that's
very
run.
innovative.
Yeah, most definitely. So Nick has been out today, so hopefully he's on the mend, but thank you, Marissa, for being in the studio yet again. Our utility player who pops in a lot lately. But maybe Nick will be back tomorrow. We'll find out and see if he's feeling any better. In the meantime, Pierre Robert is in fresh from his weekend. How you doing, man?
Oh, fine, thank you. How are you?
Wonderful. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Yes.
I sound a little froggy, but I'm fine.
Yeah.
You do.
Has that been lingering from the weekend, or?
Well, it's a little cold, and I keep testing, so I don't have COVID. But it just is a lingering thing.
Like, Kathy had that for a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's you guys have to stop open mouth kissing.
Well, that's why you got it.
Yeah. Where do you think I got it from?
But you're still.
Ooh la la.
Ooh la la.
So Nick, who knows if he's
like Pepe Le Pew
got this thing too? Who knows? All right. Well, shall we, without further ado, get to the letter of the day, sir?
Yes.
All right. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
M as in Monday.
All right. We have an M, and you have 5 letters to keep track of, because by the time we get to Friday, we'll have a word, and that word will be worth a Piezeek round barbecue and fire pit kit.
Very cool.
From Landis Block. And Landis Block, you can start imagining your own backyard paradise by looking at the photo gallery online at landisbc.com. And we will give that away, like I said, on Friday. So we're looking forward to that. I'm sure you got some Monday stuff planned for today.
We do indeed. We will have workforce blocks of Queen and Allman Brothers and Ghost and Woodstock Trading Company gift cards to give away.
Excellent. I love it. I need Casey in here because we don't have our ending music ready to go.
Oh, he's
sorry.
What's up?
I need our ending music. If you would, please, that'd be great.
You nailed it. Ba 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 ba. Whoa oh 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 oh. Ba ba doo doo da ba 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 boo 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 boo.
Do you have a specific tune in mind while you're
That's
singing
the
it?
Russian guy singing.
No. So that's on Friday.
Yeah.
I know. I'm making it a Monday version of the Russian guy singing.
A Monday version. Okay, I got you.
Boo ba boo da doo. Da 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 ba 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 ba.
Yeah.
Ray John, we'll see you tomorrow. Ba ba da doo ba boo ba boo.
You sound like John Waite.
Da 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 da.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. All right. Now we got it. Thank you, Pierre, for that wonderful
I'm here to help
riff.
you get the bridge.
You are the bridge.
I'm the bridge.
You're the bridge to
Hell
middays?
yeah.
All right. Brought to you this morning by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show is, and we run on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Wawa. They have a gift card for anyone on your list. Happy holidays from Wawa. Tomorrow on our program, hey, Mr. Skin. Do some year-end list of nakedness in movies for the past year or so. And comedian Mary Radzinski will be joining us, too.
Very nice.
We have, more of the Avatar tickets to give away. The last ones of those will do Christmas Miracle Passes and our skate date coming up. So a lot of things to win. That's it. We're done. Rage on, as Pierre said. And we'll see you tomorrow, guys.
Bobby da boo ba doo da boo.
Bye-bye.
Boo ba da da da.
See you guys.